Good afternoon, everybody. It's Steve Lookner with Agenda Free TV. This just in, the entire White House East Wing has now been demolished. The East Wing has been demolished. Photos show that. So the demolition is complete. I'm going to say after East Wing demolition. You can actually see I just saw a photo showing the East Wing of the White House has been demolished, and we are about to watch a White House press briefing where I'm sure they'll talk about this, and we'll talk about it after. But the demolition, the photos show that the demolition is complete. Hold on a second. Give me one moment here. I need to really quickly just make sure I have this right. Okay, there we go. There we go. This is not Trump's announcement. This is the White House press briefing. Trump is making an announcement later today about cartels and human trafficking. But this is the White House press briefing. So we're going to show you this first. But AP just had a photo confirming the entire East Wing is gone. I have it right here for you. Hold on, let me show you real quick. Look. Look, look, look. Right here. White House East Wing demolished as Trump moves forward with ballroom construction. AP photos show. That's where the East Wing should be. It's gone. This is not the East Wing. You're looking through where the East Wing should be. Associated Press photos show the entire White House East Wing has now been demolished. The two-story structure of drawing rooms and offices, including a walkway to the White House itself, has been turned into rubble. That's all that's left of the East Wing. That's it. All right. Breaking news. The East Wing demolition is complete. So, oops, sorry, I'm hearing two of myself. Breaking news. Hang on a second here. Hey, thanks to our moderators for being here as we wait for the White House press briefing to start. Janet B. is here. Carms is here. But the East Wing demolition is now complete. Look at this. Again, there it is. White House East Wing demolished as Trump moves forward with ballroom construction. There, you can see the picture right there. Here's another one. Oops, here's another one. Oops, hold on. I messed this up. Again, that's all. This is all that's left of the East Wing. It's just rubble. It has been completely demolished as part of President Trump's plan to build what he said is now a $300 million ballroom, nearly twice the size of the White House itself. All right, so I'm sure there will be questions about this at the press briefing coming up right now. But breaking news. I was going to thank the rest of our moderators. Hold on a second here as we wait for the press briefing to start. Idaho Star, Matthew Kohai 3, and Surly Dev on Twitch, thanks so much for moderating. Linda Belk, Larry, Misha on X.
Come back to that. I will also try to get Caroline Levitt's reaction to some pretty startling rhetoric from a
Thanks also to Kay Lowry Body and Shannon Davis Hughes moderating on Facebook. Thank you.
If you hit me in my face, I'm not going to punch you back in your face. I'm going to go across your neck. Pretty startling words there. Of course, Turning Point USA is not happy about this language. They're saying that it's rhetoric like this that got Charlie Kirk assassinated in the first place. A shot.
I'm going to show you more of those photos too.
Well, there are a lot of lingering questions that remain about this Mideast peace deal, this ceasefire, where it stands for the VP on his way back now from Israel, telling reporters that the ceasefire is actually going better than he expected. And finally, a lot on Russia expected today. The Trump-Putin summit, of course, is on ice for now. We've got these new sanctions from the Treasury Department hitting those oil companies.
So here are some photos from the article by AP. Let me show you. Hold on, you're not going to see that.
He does believe that sanctions will have an impact. And by the way, this is the last briefing here this week before the president takes off for his Asia trip. So questions about President.
Check out these photos of the now demolished East Wing from AP. It's all gone. It is all gone, the East Wing. That's the White House itself in white.
Yes, absolutely. In fact, we were talking with folks ahead of this briefing.
Look at that. Wow.
Might be actually one of the most popular
There's no more East Wing.
of the day from the media here is questions about the renovations and construction going on, not too far away from here. So we'll see.
So again, photos show that the East Wing has been completely demolished.
Republicans over on Capitol Hill to
Let me show you what
president of Russia is moving.
it looked like before.
Starting here shortly. So there has been a lot of pressure from that side. They've got this big sanctions bill over there, I believe, 80 plus.
See, look, guys, check this out.
You know, basically
Via Google Maps.
by a majority
Let's hold
on
on.
Zoom. That's not happening just yet because
I'll do this
every time
way.
they think that they're going to be able to do it, the White House comes along and basically, you know, has more negotiations or more talks with Russia. So this is one more step towards trying to get Putin to the table.
Hang on.
Something the president said he finally feels like
See the East Wing on the right side there? That's all gone. This was the East Wing right here and the walkway. You have the East Wing and the walkway and then this side of the White House proper. Well, now that's all gone. Because as you can see in the photos from AP, there, see? That's the White House proper. That was the walkway. The walkway was down here. There's no walkway and no East, the East Wing and the walkway is gone. It has been demolished. Demolished. See, because there's the picture. See this window here, and these windows here? That is here. So you're looking on that photo, you're seeing this side of the White House, and all this is rubble now. All of this is rubble. Again, AP says that Associated Press photos show the entire White House East Wing has been demolished. The two-story structure of drawing rooms and offices, including a walkway to the White House itself, has been turned into rubble. I'm literally reading that from Associated Press right now. So we're waiting for this to start. Now, some viewers were asking, about, I think, this structure, talking about this part here. This here at the bottom here. Again, AP says that the entire East Wing has been demolished. So I wonder if that's the building to the east of the East Wing that you're seeing right here at the bottom. I can look on Google Maps and check it. Yeah, so there's also, like, if you look at Google Maps, there's the East Wing. I mean, the walkway is not there, clearly. And then there's this here. So maybe the picture's taken from the Treasury. Is the picture maybe taken from the top of the Treasury building? Because that's the Treasury right there, the Treasury building. So maybe the thing you're seeing in the bottom of the picture is the Treasury building. See, it says White House East Wing demolished, and you are seeing this down here, but maybe that's the Treasury. Not Cupcake says it's too far to be the Treasury? Well, if part of the East Wing is there, then this is clearly wrong. I mean, you can see, I'm showing you the story. It literally says in the headroom, White House East Wing demolished, and it says the entire East Wing has been demolished. I assume somebody there reported this. Hang on a second here. Hey, thank you, Purple Oryx, for your support. Purple Oryx thinks the proper process was ignored. We're going to talk about this more after the press briefing. A number of our viewers are saying that what you're seeing is the Treasury building. I'm sorry. Hang on. I'm supposed to have that turned off. President Trump just posted something about San Francisco. President Trump just posted this right here. I'm going to read it to you. The federal government was preparing to surge San Francisco on Saturday, but friends of mine who live in the area called last night to ask me to not go forward with the surge, in that the mayor was making substantial progress. I spoke to Mayor Lurie last night, and he asked very nicely that I give him a chance to see if he can turn it around. I told him I think he is making a mistake, because we can do it much faster and remove the criminals that the law does not permit him to remove. I told him it's an easier process if we do it faster, stronger, and safer, but let's see how you do. The people of San Francisco have come together on fighting crime, especially since we began to take charge of that very nasty subject. Great people like Jensen Huang, Mark Benioff, and others have called, saying the future of San Francisco is great. They want to give it a shot. Therefore, we will not surge on San Francisco on Saturday. Stay tuned. Thank you, I Am Charlie, for your support. Flor Morena, thanks for being a member. Thank you, Sean Morris, for your support. We'll talk about that after, Sean, after the press briefing. Thanks, Medallion. Thank you, Elijah. Thank you, Ruth Krafasi, for being a member, our moderator. Again, White House press briefing about to start as AP reports. White House East Wing demolished as Trump moves forward with ballroom construction. AP photos show, Associated Press photos show, the entire White House East Wing has now been demolished as President Trump moves forward with a ballroom construction. Another story that will probably be asked about is President Trump pardoning the founder of major crypto exchange Binance, CZ Zhao, Changpeng Zhao, also known as CZ. Zhao, who is one of the most influential figures in the crypto sector, stepped down as the head of Binance in 2023 after the company pleaded guilty to failing to maintain an effective anti-money laundering program and paid a penalty of $4.3 billion. Zhao personally paid a fine of $50 million and served nearly 4 months in prison last year after pleading guilty to the same charge. However, he kept his Binance stake, with one of his appointees becoming chief executive to the company, says Reuters. Reuters says Zhao's pardon is the latest in a series that Trump has given to crypto executives and entrepreneurs, as well as others convicted of white-collar crimes. The pardon could pave the way for Zhao to return to the business he co-founded in 2017. It also may offer the chance for Binance to expand in the U.S. as the crypto industry booms under the Trump administration. The Wall Street Journal reported today that the pardon followed months of efforts by Changpeng Zhao to boost the Trump crypto company. And the pardon will likely pave the way for Binance, the world's largest crypto exchange, to return to the U.S. The company, Binance, said the Wall Street Journal, has spent nearly a year pursuing a pardon for Zhao. Binance has been a key supporter of the Trump family's World Liberty Financial crypto venture. Maybe we'll get questions about the new sanctions the Treasury Department announced on Russian oil companies yesterday. Questions on the ongoing government shutdown we might get. Trump just saying that he is canceling the surge of the federal government surge into San Francisco, after friends of mine who live in the area called him last night to ask him not to go forward with it. and told him the mayor was making substantial progress. The press conference is supposed to start at any moment. I mean, it starts when they start. We will be talking more about the White House renovation and construction after this press briefing. President Trump at 3, although it could be late, is supposed to make an announcement about, I believe, cartels and human trafficking. So we'll cover that as well. And I will show you, I have footage of some of the construction yesterday that was going on. So I will be showing you some of that. You know what's strange? Rubio and Netanyahu are holding a news conference too, at around the same time. How is that going to work? Are they going to have the Rubio and Netanyahu news conference going on at the same time as the White House press briefing? That seems odd. Maybe they'll do one and then the other. I have footage of both. So I'll keep an eye out for the, to see if one starts before the other, I'll put it on. Let's try something here. Give me 1 second here. Okay. Yeah. So I have the that access to that press conference. No, I pay for these. Well, some feeds are publicly provided, but this feed you're watching here I pay for. The one that comes on early. That's a Reuters feed. The Rubio Netanyahu is a Reuters feed. It just depends on what the feed is. But a lot of the feeds I use are things I pay for. I don't steal things. I either pay for them or I use them because they're free. Yes, they're quite expensive. Hey, thanks Stanley Davis for being a member. Thank you, Stanley. Real quick, just to show you here, while we're waiting for this to start. So, this is what the White House looked like, right? So you have the White House and then the East Wing. See? The East Wing with the walkway and then the two-story building here and the walkway here. See the round window here on the White House here? But now what it looks like, AP is showing you, AP says the whole East Wing is destroyed. There's the walkway. And I guess the two-story building is destroyed too, because AP says the entire East Wing has been destroyed. Demolished, whatever you want to call it. I Care says they are remodeling, not destroying. Well, yes, they're building a ballroom. That is true. As I said earlier. AP says it has been completely demolished as part of President Trump's plan to build what he said is now a $300 million ballroom, nearly twice the size of the White House itself. The press briefing was supposed to be at 1 p.m. It is now 1:23 p.m. President Trump's announcement is supposed to, I believe, about cartels and human trafficking, Fox News said, is going to be 3 p.m. supposedly, but it could be late. Hey, thanks to Tiffany. Tiffany, thanks so much for your support. That's really nice of you. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Thanks to Big Dog Gaming for your support. Yeah, we'll be talking about, after this, we'll talk about it more. I'm not getting into the details right now because this is supposed to start at any moment. Nick Van Sickle says, imagine getting mad about an upgrade. There's video of Trump talking about this last night that I will also play for you when I get a chance, but I want to wait until after the press briefing. Just Data says, what about the bunker under the East Wing? There's going to be that kind of, there was a secure facility under the East Wing, but that is supposed to be part of the rebuild. That's supposed to be included in the rebuild, from what I understand. We'll talk about that a little later. Sean Ryder says it's funded by donations. Gavin Newsom is renovating the state capitol with taxpayer money. Where is the outcry there? I don't really know about the Newsom thing. I'd have to look that up, Sean. But thank you for your support, Sean Ryder. President Trump said he and corporations are going to pay, he and donors are going to pay for it. Thank you, Camus. I appreciate your support, Camus. Buffalo Women says the White House is the people's house, not the palace for a king. Thank you, Game Over, for your support. Yes, I am back in Boston. Thank you, Privacy Violated. Independent Thoughts thinks a stately ballroom lends more to diplomatic relationships than in Obama's basketball court or Nixon's bowling alley. I believe, to be clear, what Obama did is there was a tennis court that already existed at the White House. And President Obama, adapted the existing tennis court. 2 minutes. So the tennis court could be used for both basketball and tennis. He added new markings to the tennis court and removable hoops to the surface, which remained usable for tennis. Thank you, Nick Rhodes, for being a member. All right, 2-minute warning. This is about to start. Now, when it starts, I might switch. We'll see. I may end up switching the camera angle to the White House angle when the questions start, because sometimes the White House will show the questioners. Anyways, so if you see the camera switch during the briefing, just know that I'm doing that, trying to get you the best video and audio. So bear with me if I have to do that, or if I do it. But we just got the 2-minute warning. Again, AP is reporting that the entire east wing of the White House has now been demolished to make way for the new ballroom construction. Thanks, Malcolm Moore in the UK. I appreciate it, Malcolm Moore. Thank you again to all of our moderators. Really appreciate it. Thanks, Malice Bixie, for subscribing on Twitch. Nicole S. says, I think it's problematic when it's funded by donors. Like, what are they getting out of it? Bobby Kiefer says, the demolition crew really attacked the East Wing full force. Victoria Estrida thinks it was an office building with no historical significance. Any moment now, this is starting. Thank you, Sean Ryder. I appreciate it, Sean Ryder. Any moment now. Any moment now. Jason SK thinks it has been more than 2 minutes. Big Glock says it's been over 2 minutes. Thank you for joining our coverage this afternoon. Hasib says it is past 2 minutes. Here we go. It's about to start right now.
Good afternoon, everybody. I apologize for my tardiness today, so let's get right to it. We'll begin today with some scheduling announcements for President Trump's upcoming trip to Asia. Tomorrow night at 11 p.m., the president will depart the White House to fly to Malaysia, where he will arrive on Sunday morning local time. It's a long flight. President Trump will participate in a bilateral meeting with the Prime Minister of Malaysia in the afternoon, and then he will attend the ASEAN Leaders Working Dinner that evening. On Monday morning local time, the president will fly to Tokyo. Tuesday morning local time, President Trump will participate in a bilateral meeting with the new Prime Minister of Japan. On Wednesday morning local time, the president will fly to Busan, where he will participate in a bilateral meeting with the President of the Republic of Korea, deliver keynote remarks at the APEC CEO luncheon, and then participate in a U.S. APEC Leaders Working Dinner. On Thursday morning local time, President Trump will participate in a bilateral meeting with President Xi of the People's Republic of China before departing to return home to Washington, D.C. On Thursday night, upon arrival in Washington, President Trump and First Lady Melania Trump will participate in Halloween at the White House, where they will welcome law enforcement, military, and foster families. And I know many of us look forward to that. In other news, we are now on day 23 of the Democrat government shutdown. Senate Democrats have voted 12 separate times now to keep the government closed. Innocent Americans are suffering every day as a result. More than 500,000 civilian federal employees will miss a full paycheck tomorrow. Thousands of small business loans are going unapproved each month. This means almost $4 billion in capital is being withheld from small businesses across the country. The Democrat shutdown is also causing severe impacts at airports across the country. In one single day this week, the FAA had to issue ground stops impacting flights at Houston's George Bush Intercontinental Airport and Hobby Airport. 13,000 air traffic controllers who ensure that we all fly safely are continuing to work without pay. This is egregious and truly sad. Some of them are reportedly being forced to turn to driving for Uber and taking on other second jobs to make ends meet as the Democrats continue to shut down the government. Pilots are calling on Democrats to end this dangerous political game. The president of the Southwest Airlines Pilot Association called for the clean continuing resolution to be passed, saying, quote, "Our air traffic controllers and the broader air traffic system are already operating under immense pressure. A government shutdown only compounds that stress and threatens the efficiency of our skies." The Airline Pilots Association International, which represents more than 80,000 pilots, is sounding the alarm as well. They said this shutdown is undermining our system's safety. Resources are stretched thin, negotiations are delayed, and strain grows daily. With the Thanksgiving holiday approaching, we are nearing the busiest travel period of the entire year, when millions of Americans will go to airports to spend time with their loved ones. Let us be very clear from the White House today. If the Democrats continue to keep the government closed, we fear there will be significant flight delays, disruptions, and cancellations in major airports across the country this holiday season. If Democrats continue to shut down the government, they will also be shutting down American air travel. The White House is in constant communication with the air traffic controllers, with the airline associations, and with them, we urge Democrats to please pass the continuing resolution so we can just end this madness and this chaos and reopen the government. These are very avoidable consequences. The unnecessary pain, unfortunately, does not end there. Funding for the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program known as SNAP, which provides food benefits to low-income families, is beginning to lapse this week in some states. If Democrats continue to hold Americans hostage, there will not be enough funds to provide SNAP benefits for more than 40 million Americans on November 1st. That is next week. Democrats are solely responsible for all of this unnecessary pain. Why are they doing it? To give taxpayer-funded health care benefits to illegal aliens, some of whom are violent criminals. During the 4 years of Joe Biden's administration, the Democrats forced Border Patrol to admit illegal aliens into our country with no legal status and minimal screening. A significant number of these individuals are the worst of the worst criminals: rapists, pedophiles, murderers, and even members of the terrorist watch list. Despite having no legal status, paroled aliens were able to file for work authorization, receive Social Security numbers, and access other benefits like Medicaid that are meant for Americans. Since I have found many in this room to repeatedly deny the reality that Democrats gave Medicaid benefits to illegals, and they continue to seek to do just that, I've brought a few verified examples for you today. These are examples of some of the illegals who received Medicaid benefits under President Biden's leadership, and this is what Democrats are wanting to do. This is why they are continuing to keep the government closed. An illegal alien from Laos was arrested for murder, robbery, and felony possession of a firearm. An illegal alien from Guatemala who was arrested for rape and burglary. An illegal alien from El Salvador who was arrested for strangulation, DUI, and burglary. An illegal alien from Mexico who was arrested for attempted murder. The Democrats' open border policies allowed these threats into our country, and then they provided them with free health care. The president and Republicans, through the One Big Beautiful Bill, implemented a common sense reform to end this fraudulent scheme. But that's why the Democrats are continuing to shut down the federal government. They are trying to reverse this and restore taxpayer-funded health care for illegal aliens like these. Throughout this shutdown, Democrats have said this quiet part out loud. Senator Chuck Schumer, the leader of the caucus that is refusing to open the government, said, quote, "Every day gets better as the shutdown continues." Ask the air traffic controllers if every day is getting better, Senator Schumer, and they will tell you absolutely not. House Democrat Catherine Clark said, "There are going to be families that are going to suffer. We take that responsibility seriously, but this is one of the few leverage points that we have." Here is a House Democrat who is admitting that they are using Americans who are suffering as political leverage. And Senator Bernie Sanders said, "If you reopen the government, we lose our leverage." This is pure partisan games. A senior Democrat aide said the party will not end the shutdown, quote, "short of planes falling out of the sky." That is truly a disturbing statement. The Democrats clearly don't care about this suffering. They care about playing political games against President Trump, and this dangerous charade needs to end. The president and Republicans' position has been clear and unchanged. Pass a clean, nonpartisan funding bill to reopen the government. And then we can talk about all of the partisan issues that the Democrats wish to. If you're watching at home, we urge you to call your Democrat senators and tell them to put our country over their party and reopen the government today. Here in our new media seat, we have Brittany Gibson of Axios. Brittany, why don't you start us off for our Q&A today? Thank you for being here.
Two questions, if I may, Caroline. First is, we understand that the president and Republicans will not negotiate on ACA extensions until the government reopens. If and when that happens, what does the president think should be, or what are his plans for preventing rising healthcare costs for Americans?
It's a very good question, and I'll leave that to the president to negotiate that when Democrats vote to reopen the government. When it comes to lowering healthcare costs, the president is deeply committed to this. It's why he has spent so much time and effort negotiating with Big Pharma to lower the healthcare costs of prescription drugs. All of you have been in the Oval Office for multiple different announcements. We've had these most favored nations deals with these large pharmaceutical companies committing to lowering drug costs in this country. So it's something the president wants to do. And Brittany, one more point. I'll just point out the irony in Democrats holding the government and the American public hostage over a healthcare system that they created. The healthcare system was called Obamacare. Why? Because Democrats and President Obama implemented. And Republicans have always said it's a broken system, yes, but they caused it, and now they want to shut down the government to fix it. We need to open the government, and then we can have these very important conversations about healthcare.
And the second, on H-1Bs and foreign students, during the campaign, President Trump said he wanted to make it easier for foreign students to work at U.S. companies, staple a green card to every diploma. But the changes from several agencies now on H-1Bs are adding more obstacles to that. The administration is being sued over those changes. Can you explain the changes in the president's thinking on H-1Bs?
The administration will fight these lawsuits in court. The president's main priority has always been to put American workers first and also to strengthen our visa system. We know for far too long the H-1B visa system has been spammed with fraud, basically, and that's driven down American wages. So the president wants to refine this system, which is part of the reason he implemented these new policies. These actions are lawful, they are necessary, and we'll continue to fight this battle in court. Garrett.
Two questions on different topics, if you'll
Sure.
indulge me. On the pardon of Changpeng Zhao, and apologies if I'm mispronouncing that name, Binance has significant business interests with World Liberty Financial, the president's family's crypto company. How do you respond to the allegations from Democrats that this is a corrupt act?
I would respond and say the president is exercising his constitutional authority to grant clemency requests. And the president and the White House have a very thorough examination of every pardon request that comes to the president's desk. It is thoroughly reviewed by the White House Counsel Office, and I spoke with our great White House counsel about the pardon after it happened. This was an overly prosecuted case by the Biden administration. Even the judge in the case admitted that the Biden administration was pursuing a egregious over-sentencing of this individual, and the previous administration was very hostile to the cryptocurrency industry. So the president wants to correct this overreach of the Biden administration's misjustice, and he exercised his constitutional authority to do so. And to the Democrats, I would just say there's nothing more corrupt than what President Biden did on his way out the door, pardoning his extremely corrupt son and many of his associates.
On the ballroom, the first of which will probably be several questions about this today, I imagine.
Is it a big story?
It seems that way. The president's cost estimate has changed several times. I think it's up to $300 million now. Given the nature of all this, will the White House commit to releasing all of the donors and how much they're spending and how much of his own money the president is putting on the line to this?
We have released the full list of donors thus far. Perhaps there will be more people who want to generously contribute to this project. And the president, yes, has committed his own resources. And when he releases that information, which I'm very confident he will, you will all see that.
We'll see a dollar figure from the president?
Yes,
Okay.
he will. And I would also just add the president has been incredibly transparent. I would reject any notion otherwise when it comes to this ballroom project. It's something he personally has obviously taken an interest into and has talked with all of you in this room many times about. You have seen the model in the Oval Office. Last night he showed that for you. But when this plan was presented and when these renderings, as soon as they were complete, the president directed me to come out here and to share them with all of you. I did an entire opening remarks about what this ballroom project was going to look like. With any construction project, there are changes over time as you assess what the project is going to look like, and we'll continue to keep you apprised of all of those changes, but just trust the process. This is going to be a magnificent addition to the White House for many years to come, and it's not costing the taxpayers anything. The president is privately funding this ballroom addition to the White House grounds. Jennifer.
To follow up on that, one thing that's not in the president's model is the East Wing bunker, the president's emergency operations center. Can you say if his update, that $300 million, does that include the cost for upgrading that bunker?
Look, like any security enhancements that are made on the White House grounds, those will be made and maintained by United States Secret Service. As for the cost of the ballroom and the construction itself, all of that is going to be, like I've said, privately funded and paid for by the president himself and many generous patriots who have stepped up.
Is included in that funding?
Correct.
Okay, and then can you say, well, that's right, I'll skip that one.
Thanks. We just.
Thank you, Caroline. More ballroom questions.
Okay.
So the White House has explained that the reason you didn't submit construction plans to the NCPC is because that commission, along with others, don't have oversight over demolitions, but only over construction. And so far, you haven't built anything. So can you help us understand, can the president tear down anything he wants without oversight? Can he demolish this building or, say, the Jefferson Memorial?
So it's not the president who came up with that legal opinion himself. That's a legal opinion that's been held by the NCPC for many years. It's written, so we can get you that background and that research if you wish to include it in your reporting, because it is very important. They have ruled consistently, their general counsel has said, when it comes to phase one of this project, the tearing down of the current East Wing structure, a submission is not required legally for that. Only for vertical construction will a submission be required, and that's a legal opinion from them, and we are following that legal opinion. And again, I would just add, can any president do such a thing to to the White House grounds, there have been many presidents in the past who have made their mark on this beautiful White House complex. This briefing room, as you all know, was not once a briefing room. It was a swimming pool. There have been presidents who have completely torn down the executive mansion. If you look at what President Truman did, some of the photos of the construction project that took place in those years, I think sitting here today, we're all grateful for those efforts and the modifications that happened at that time. And again, in due time, the East Wing is going to be more beautiful and modern than ever before. And in addition, there will be a big, beautiful ballroom that can hold big parties and state visits for generations to come.
So it sounds like the answer is yes, he can tear down whatever he wants. And then secondly, I mean,
that's not what we're saying. That's a legal opinion that's been held for many years.
And interpreting it.
No, it's something that presidents have done for years and years. In fact, I have some photos here. Thank you, Pat, to show you the construction that's taken place on the White House grounds. This is the construction of the West Wing in 1902. Look at this, the construction of the West Terrace in 1902. These images look quite similar to what you and the American people are seeing today, the construction of the East Terrace as well. You look at the construction of the West Wing expansion in 1934. So look, this is a legal opinion that's been held for many years. Look at, this is 1950. It looks a lot like what you were seeing today.
Can he demolish anything he wants?
What do you think that
oversight?
rubble is? How did that rubble get there?
Right, so I'm asking, and then back to the donors.
Go ahead, Reagan.
Many of them are,
Two
Reagan,
questions
go
for
ahead.
you, one on immigration and another on Venezuela. It's being reported that the semi-truck driver suspected of killing 3 people in a DUI crash is an illegal immigrant who came in under the Biden administration. Do you know if California gave him a commercial driver's license? And then it also appears that California largely has not been cooperating with English proficiency standards. I'm wondering if the administration has any further plans to punish the state.
Yes, I can confirm that California gave this individual a license, and it is something that the Department of Transportation has already looked into. I know Secretary Duffy, who's doing a phenomenal job, has spoken on this many times in the crackdown that the Department of Transportation is taking on these licenses that are wrongfully being issued to people who clearly do not deserve to uphold these positions. As for this case in California, on October 22nd, ICE lodged an immigration detainer for this individual following his arrest by local authorities in California on charges, as you know, of manslaughter while intoxicated and driving under the influence. He killed 3 people, and he first entered the United States in 2022 through the southern border, and he was released into our country by the previous administration. So now ICE has lodged a separate detainer for this individual, and these tragedies are following a disturbing pattern of these criminal illegal aliens being issued commercial vehicle licenses. And so yes, the Department of Transportation is absolutely cracking down on that. I'd defer you to them for any specifics.
Venezuela, President Trump has said Maduro doesn't want to mess with the United States, and this administration is continuing to position more military assets towards Venezuela. I'm wondering if the end goal of this narco-terrorist war is to implement a regime change in Venezuela.
The president has spoken on that, Reagan, and I certainly won't get ahead of him. What we've made very clear is that this administration is not going to tolerate international narco-terrorist organizations from trafficking drugs into the United States. And these cartels over time have grown more armed, well-organized, and violent. They have financial means, sophistication, and capabilities needed to operate in the way this administration has. And they have illegally caused the deaths of tens of thousands of American citizens each year. So that's where we are right now with respect to Venezuela, but also any country that is sending purposefully illegal narco-terrorists to the United States of America to bring illegal drugs. Why don't we go in the back?
The U.S. and Colombia relationship right now is at one of its lowest points in decades. We heard what President Gustavo Petro had to say about President Trump. We heard yesterday the response from President Trump. Is there any kind of compromises or gestures from the Colombian president that President Trump would like to see in order to de-escalate the tensions? Is it possible a de-escalation?
I don't think we're seeing de-escalation from the unhinged leader of Colombia right now, and I don't think the president, frankly, is interested in that at this point. He spoke on this yesterday, and I don't have anything to add to his comments. Go ahead. Yes.
Thank you, Caroline.
Thank you.
In addition to the ballroom and the Rose Garden
I'm going
patio,
into the back. Sorry. Go ahead.
In addition to the ballroom and the Rose Garden patio, is the president looking at any other renovations or significant kind of projects here at the White House?
Not to my knowledge, no. But he's a builder at heart, clearly. And so his heart and his mind is always churning about how to improve things here on the White House grounds. But at this moment in time, of course, the ballroom is really the president's main priority. Kristen.
Last week, President Trump announced that he had a productive call with Vladimir Putin. They scheduled a meeting in Hungary. Since then, he has canceled the meeting and he has imposed sanctions on Russian oil companies. Can you talk about what changed that led to this dramatic shift, or even just what occurred in the last week that got us from point A to point B?
Sure. Look, the president has always maintained that he would implement sanctions on Russia when he felt it was appropriate and necessary. And yesterday was that day. I think the president has also long expressed his frustration with Vladimir Putin and, frankly, both sides of this war. And he's always said in order to negotiate a good peace deal, both sides need to be interested in a good peace deal. And he feels as though, unfortunately, from the Russian side as of late, he has not seen enough interest and enough action in terms of moving the ball forward towards peace. And so a meeting between these two leaders is not completely off the table. I think the president and the entire administration hopes that one day that can happen again. But we want to make sure that there's a tangible, positive outcome out of that meeting and that it's a good use of the president's time. Of course, he's traveling to Asia next week. He has a number of events coming up here on the home front as well. He's been incredibly busy, as you all know. You're all tired from covering him and his movements every day. And so we want to make sure it's a good use of the president's time, and the president doesn't want to waste his time, and he said that.
Was it the call between the Secretary of State and Lavrov that led President Trump to believe that President Putin or the Russians did not want a peace deal?
That was not the sole reason, no. I think the Secretary Rubio felt that was actually a productive call. But again, the president wants to make sure that a meeting between himself and President Putin will be a good use of his time.
But what exactly led to President Trump not believing, after his call on Thursday, where he said he did think he wanted peace and wanted a peace deal, to believing that Russians were not?
Again, the president wants to see action, not just talk. And I think the president is extremely motivated by the success of his peace deal in the Middle East to get things done. And he wants this war to come to an end. He's been saying it now for 9 months being in office, and he's grown increasingly frustrated with the lack of progress from both sides of this war. Mary.
For example.
Two quick construction questions, if I can. You mentioned any construction project comes with changes. The president had initially said that this project wouldn't interfere with or touch the current structure. Now he says to do this properly, he realized that the East Wing had to be demolished. This is the people's house. Why not inform the public of that change and when it was decided that the East Wing would have to be demolished?
Look, again, with any construction project, changes come, and we have informed all of you. We've been keeping you apprised of this project. We've shown you the renderings, and if you look at the renderings, it's very clear the East Wing was going to be modernized. Instead, in fact, I said that in the briefing when we initially introduced this plan to all of you and to the public.
But modernized and tearing down are two different things.
Well, again, the plans changed when the president heard counsel from the architects and the construction companies who said that in order for this East Wing to be modern and beautiful for many, many years to come, for it to be a truly strong and stable structure, this phase one that we're now in was necessary. And the president wants to do right by the people's house. And so that's exactly what he's doing. It's going to be, again, like I said, much more stable, strong, secure, and more beautiful than ever once it's complete.
And the First Lady's offices, where will those be? The First Lady's offices, the Social Secretary's office? In the East Wing. They will be back where they were?
Yes.
Perfect.
Thank you. Cattle ranchers who supported the president's election have raised some concerns about plans to import beef from Argentina. How will the Trump administration support those farmers?
Look, the president hears those concerns. He addressed them yesterday himself. President loves our ranchers, and our ranchers love our president. And in fact, the president did a lot for them in his first term here. They are struggling because of the many horrible policies of the previous administration. The president loves our ranchers, and he also loves American consumers, and he wants to do right by both. So the immediate solution to the problem of the rising cost of beef, the president wants to bring that down as we have to increase our supply. And so that's what he's doing with respect to these imports. But the president also is looking out for our ranchers with a long-term plan that was released by the Secretary of Agriculture yesterday. It's a 3-part plan. It's very extensive and detailed. I would encourage all of you to read through it. But there's really 3 points to this plan that the president has agreed upon and has entrusted Secretary Rollins to implement. Number 1, strengthening U.S. cattle production through increased grazing access, endangered species reforms, enhanced disaster relief, increased access to capital, and reducing costs for new and young ranchers. We want to incentivize more Americans to get into this noble profession. Lowering long-term costs by cutting inspection costs, increasing market options for consumers with Product of USA labeling, and ensuring consumers know that they are eating American beef. It's a good incentive for the American consumer. And lastly, growing the domestic herd while boosting long-term demand to reduce prices for consumers while growing the markets for our ranchers. So President hears them. He has to address both of these problems for the ranchers, but also for the American consumer. He promised to lower costs, and that's what he's committed to doing.
Caroline, thank you. Two questions not on the ballroom. The first is, there's a Democrat in Texas who's actually running for Congress who said last night during an interview when talking about fighting Republicans and this administration, quote, "If you hit me in my face, I'm not going to punch you back in your face. I'm going to go across your neck." This has obviously really upset those folks over at Turning Point USA after the Charlie Kirk assassination. Just your response to that kind of rhetoric.
Just very jarring rhetoric, and I think it's very unacceptable. I hope the people of Texas will do the right thing and reject this person's candidacy. It should have no place in American politics.
And then just a quick second question on oversight Democrats that are saying that they're creating this master ICE tracker, basically tracking all ICE activity. We've seen the protests in New York just yesterday. Homeland Security is saying that this sounds like obstruction of justice. What do you say?
Again, this is actively putting the lives of our ICE agents at risk. We've seen media outlets, in fact, in this room, also write stories about ICE tracker apps that Democrats and other left-wing activists have created to track the location of ICE agents on the ground in our communities. Again, I've said this repeatedly and I will continue to say it. The men and women of ICE are outstanding people. I wish a Democrat on Capitol Hill would actually have the courage or the guts to stand up to their party and sit down with some of these men and women who are doing this incredibly difficult job of enforcing our federal immigration laws. They are, again, simply trying to enforce the law and do their jobs. And if Democrats spent a little bit more time understanding that and also focusing on the people who they are trying to get out of our country every single day. As I spoke about earlier, 3 innocent people in California are dead because an illegal alien who Democrats let into this country was wrongfully issued a trucker's driving license and clearly was not fit for the job because he was driving intoxicated and killed 3 innocent people. Democrats should focus a little bit more on that. Stop trying to fight this president and this administration on every turn and restore law and order. That's all that we and these brave men and women of ICE are trying to do. Mary.
Thanks, Caroline. I have 2 questions, one on San Francisco and one on the No Kings protesters. On San Francisco, the president said that he had a call with the mayor and he was planning on surging there, but now because the mayor really wants to fix it up himself, they're going to do that. Is this what Trump hopes happens in pretty much every city?
The president hopes, and I've said this so many times, and I think the president's conversation with the San Francisco mayor last night and his statement today prove the president is willing to work with anyone across the aisle, across the country, to do the right thing and clean up America's cities. He is genuinely interested in this effort to make our streets safer, to make our cities safe and clean again. And he heard from the mayor last night who told him that he is going to earnestly try to make his city better on his own. The president heard him out. He said, okay, I'll give you a chance. We'll be watching, and if you need us, we are here. And if I feel as though you continue to fail your citizens, the federal government may have to step in. But we'll continue to watch San Francisco, and that law enforcement operation has now been paused.
Thank you. And then on the No Kings protesters, I saw videos of people explicitly calling for violence against Stephen Miller, against the president, shirts saying we don't have enough assassins, calling for more political violence. Does the president want to see arrests here, and are we going to see arrests of these types of explicit calls to violence?
I would think myself, the president, and everyone here at the White House certainly hopes that anyone who is making violent and illegal threats in that way against public officials will be arrested and prosecuted.
Sure.
Thank you. 2 questions. Would the president support the Senate ending the legislative filibuster to end the shutdown?
This is something I haven't heard the president talk about much, so I don't want to speak on him for it. I'll let him answer that question himself.
Can you have an update on the NASA administrator nominee? Do you plan to nominate anyone soon? Or does the president nominate anyone soon?
I'll leave that to the president himself. He'll make a decision in due time, and when he does, you will hear directly from him as you always do. Back, we'll give our friends in the back a chance. Yes.
As you mentioned at the top of the briefing, USDA has warned that it will run out of funds to pay full SNAP benefits next month if the shutdown continues. Senator Hawley is floating a bill that would ensure SNAP benefits are continued to pay during the shutdown. Would the president support such a move? And you also announced that the administration was using tariff revenue to keep WIC going during the shutdown. How long will that last? And is anything similar being considered for SNAP?
Yes, the administration would absolutely support that legislation. We hope that it would come over the finish line, but the bill that will get everyone paid and put everyone back to work is the clean continuing resolution. That's what the president and Republicans want to see. Ed, go ahead, Ed.
Thanks, Carolyn. On the Russian sanctions again, how much pressure do you think this sanctioning these two Russian companies actually puts on President Putin? Because the last administration sanctioned two other oil companies. So how much economic pressure is this really?
A lot. If you read the sanctions and look at them, they're pretty hefty. And I saw some international news out of China this morning that they're scaling back oil purchases from Russia. We know India has done the same at the request of the president. The president has also pushed European countries, our allies, to please stop their purchases of Russian oil as well. So it's full court press for sure. And we expect that these sanctions are going to do harm, as the Secretary of Treasury said yesterday.
Is this just the first step, or could there be more sanctions?
I'll leave that to the president to decide. Sure.
Or heard the NBA gambling, involved in the gambling issue there. Does the president gamble? What does he think about that?
You know, I'm not sure. I don't think he does. I've been with him quite some time and I have not seen him gamble before. I don't think he's a big gambler, but you can ask him yourself next time you have a chance to, Ed. Go ahead.
Thank you, Carolyn. I've got two quick questions.
And then we'll go to you. Thank you.
Okay.
You're welcome.
Two quick questions. Back to the ballroom. It is a very spectacular ballroom, according to the renderings. And if it's half as nice as the one at Mar-a-Lago, then future presidents are really going to appreciate it.
They will. Thank you, Jake.
First of all, is there like an official name? Like, are we calling it the Trump Ballroom, or does the president have a vision for what the name for the ballroom is going to be?
There will be an official name. I will let the president announce that once he firmly decides on it.
My second question is, looking at these renderings, and it kind of got me thinking, he's likely going to go down as the greatest builder of this era, and you've been in on a lot of those meetings with him. Has, to your knowledge, has the subject of rebuilding the Holy Temple in Jerusalem come up?
It has not, no. It has not. I don't. I'm sorry, Jake. Go ahead.
Caroline, on the CC pardon, could this clear the way for Binance to resume U.S. operations?
I won't get ahead of that. That's something for Treasury or the Departments of Commerce to comment on, so you're welcome to ask them.
And then one follow-up question. Any more details on the president's Walter Reed visit? The readout from his doctor mentioned advanced imaging. What procedure was he referring to?
Advanced imaging is something that presidents receive and people receive when they go to the doctor, and so we provide a detailed readout of that physical, and I would encourage you back to that. Presidents and I don't know the exact imaging that took place, but as the physician's note said, the president is in incredibly good shape, and I think that's evidenced here every single day. Danny.
Thanks, Caroline. Back to the ballroom, I'm afraid. I just wanted to ask, because in July the White House said that it would cost $200 million. Yesterday the president said $300 million. Is $300 million now the operative figure, and why did it go up by so much?
$300 million is the figure, and again, it's not going to cost the taxpayers a dime. So we look forward to this project continuing, and we will continue to keep everyone apprised on it. Perhaps the president will even bring you all out to see it one day at the appropriate time. You're also going to hear from the president directly in about an hour. He's hosting an event with the Homeland Security Task Force. This was a newly created federal task force that the president and his law enforcement team have put together. I would encourage you all to tune in to the remarks. They have really done a tremendous job at refocusing how federal law enforcement and local law enforcement work together. There will be some local sheriffs and law enforcement officials in attendance as well, and they'll be talking about the success and the many arrests they have made of drug traffickers and cartel members all across the country by just simply working together. So we will see you at the event. Thank you.
Thank you, Caroline. Thank you, Caroline.
All right, so, oopsie, I seem to be frozen. Can you guys hear me? I got to refresh my camera. I'm not really frozen like that. Hold on. Let me refresh the camera. Let's try to do this. Refresh. Let's see. Let's see if this works. Oh, there we go. I seem to be holding that position for a long time. Okay. We just heard from, I can take this off for the moment, I think. Actually, I'm going to leave this on for a second because I might be showing you something. So we just heard from the White House Press Secretary Carolyn Leavitt. President Trump will be speaking. Trump to speak at 3 ET. Trump appearance at 3 AT. He's making an announcement on drug cartels and what was it? Cartels and trafficking, I think. Yes, Fox News said the announcement will be on cartels and human trafficking. So what I can do is say White House East Wing demolished. Trump appearance at 3 ET. So we'll be covering Trump's appearance. Yeah, Netanyahu made an appearance with Marco Rubio. If we have time, maybe I'll show that. It wasn't a long thing from what I could gather. But what I wanted to do is take some comments from you guys, go over what's the new news about the White House East Wing demolition, and also maybe show you what President Trump said about it last night about the White House construction. Okay, so Trump is coming up. Actually, what I can do, Trump announcement at 3 ET. Maybe I'll put it up there. If I do this, hold on. Today is the 23rd. Okay, good. And it's 15:00. I'll put it on the screen for you. Excuse me. There. Trump announcement in, again, it's supposed to be about cartels and human trafficking. But he might take questions about other things when he makes his announcement. Now, why is that not adjusting right? Why, no, why? Oh, the one thing I didn't do. Hold on. Do one more thing. We're going to take some comments from you guys. There, that's better. Hey, thanks to I Am Charlie for your support, by the way. And also thanks to Privacy Violated, Steve Miller, our member, Camus, This Child's Life, Malcolm Moore, thank you. Also thanks to our moderators like Idaho Star, I Got That Fire, Matthew Kohai 3, and Surly Dev on Twitch, on Facebook, Kay Lowry Body, Margaret Riley, Shannon Davis Hughes, Linda Belk, Larry, Misha on X, and on YouTube. Thanks to our moderators there, Beth Mythical, Ruth Krafasi. Thank you. Let's talk about the ballroom some, okay? I have some photos for you. Here it is. White House East Wing demolished. You'll see it in a second. There we go. White House East Wing demolished. The demolition is complete as Trump moves forward with ballroom construction. So, just to get you, oriented here. There's the White House there from Google Maps, right? And the East Wing is what was this structure here, this two-story structure here, and this walkway here. Now you see how this side of the White House has the curved window on the second floor, the half-moon window? I guess, I don't know if that's what it's called. Now look at the photo from Associated Press. Well, there's that half-moon window, but there's nothing left. It's gone. There. Right there. So that's the side of the White House. But there's no more walkway, and from what the reports say, there's no more two-story building. So the East Wing has now been demolished. You can see here, AP says the entire White House East Wing has been demolished as President Trump moves forward with construction of a ballroom. AP photos showed. The East Wing, where First Ladies created history, planned state dinners, and promoted causes, is now history itself. Ouch. The two-story structure of drawing rooms and offices, including workspace for First Ladies and their staffs, has been turned into rubble. Demolished as part of Trump's plan to build what he said is now a $300 million ballroom nearly twice the size of the White House. Trump said yesterday keeping the East Wing would have hurt a very, very expensive, beautiful building that he said presidents have wanted for years. He said, me and some friends of mine will pay for the ballroom at no cost to taxpayers. I will show you in a couple minutes what Trump said yesterday. Trump allowed the demolition to begin this week despite not yet having approval from the relevant government agencies with jurisdiction over construction on federal property. We just heard the White House press secretary say that the White House legal opinion was that they did not need approval for demolition. Preservationists have also urged the Trump administration to halt the demolition. Well, it's not halted now. It's over. Until plans for the 90,000 square foot ballroom can go through the required public review process. The National Trust for Historic Preservation said the review process, including time for members of the public to comment on plans for the ballroom, would provide a crucial opportunity for transparency and broad engagement, values that have guided the preservation of the White House under every administration going back to the public competition in 1792 that produced the original design, says AP. The National Trust for Historic Preservation expressed concern to the National Capital Planning Commission, the National Park Service, and the Commission of Fine Arts that the size of the proposed ballroom will overwhelm the Executive Mansion, which itself stands at 55,000 square feet, and they said may permanently disrupt the carefully balanced classical design of the White House. Both commissions have jurisdiction over changes to the White House. The Park Service manages the White House grounds and has a role in the process as several trees on the South Lawn have been cut down as part of the construction. Both agencies are currently closed because of the government shutdown. Trump installed top aide Will Scharf as chairman of the Planning Commission. The National Park Service said in August, after the White House announced the ballroom project, that it had provided historic preservation guidance and support as part of a broader consultation process. It said final decisions are made by the executive order of the Executive Office of the President. Our viewer Chris Cawley says renovating isn't destroying. Susan Stater says it's not the money, it's the optics. Melissa Terry said some people might like to buy a little piece of it too. I don't know if it's legal for them to sell off pieces. Daniel S. Lange says Carolyn Levitt just showed a half dozen pictures of other presidents that made major additions and subtractions from the White House. I don't know if in any other cases I'd have to look it up. I'm not sure if in any other cases a major demolition or a major change had been done without going through a submission and approval process by some sort of independent commission. I do not know. Also, it sounded like from the White House press briefing that maybe the bunker that existed under the current East Wing and needs to be rebuilt, it sounds like maybe that bunker is getting paid for by the Secret Service. That's what I understood her to be saying, but I'm not positive. Love thinks our viewer thinks major changes typically get approval. But there is supposed to be some sort of bunker something or other replacement in the new structure. Drunk Can't Cook says, I'm good on hearing any criticisms of this from Democrats after the way Clinton desecrated the Oval Office. Another viewer said, Chevy says, everyone just needs to accept that Trump is our king now. Please get over it. Hey, should we see what Trump said about this yesterday? Maybe we should. Oh, by the way, Trump is speaking in about 40 minutes, if it's on time. So we're going to show you his announcement, which is supposed to be on cartels and human trafficking, but he certainly might comment on other things. I also have some footage from the construction yesterday. Kind of like to show you that, or the demolition work yesterday. I should probably pull that up too. Let me look and see if there's a good part of that I can show you. It was a whole stream yesterday. Let's see here. Where is it? Let me try to grab a clip of that from yesterday. I'm doing that, so I'll show you that as well. I got some interesting video from yesterday. I want to show you maybe some of the background about this construction here. I have some information on it. Here is You know, there was also a couple more boat strikes announced in the last couple days. So I want to mention that as well. Where is that one article? The Washington Post had an article called, "Can Anyone Stop Trump's Tear Down of the East Wing?" Oh, I got to put the clock up so you can see. We're going to hear from Trump soon himself. And the Post said, President Trump's plan to build a White House ballroom has underscored an oft overlooked aspect of presidential power. No one could stop the president from tearing down much of the East Wing this week. And actually, at this point, it is all of the East Wing. The next stage of the project is also likely to proceed with few restraints. The key panel slated to review the president's construction plans is now stocked with Trump allies ready to approve them. Photos of construction teams knocking down portions of the East Wing have rattled city residents, historians, and politicians, many of whom contended that Trump was wrongly tearing apart the People's House to build his long-desired ballroom. Hillary Clinton said, "It's not his house, it's your house, and he is destroying it." Others contend that Trump's shifting projections and promises, such as pledging in July that the ballroom would not interfere with the White House, and increasing his estimate of cost and how many people will fit in the building, illustrate the need for more transparency. Conservative commentator Byron York said Trump needs to tell the public now what he is doing with the East Wing of the White House and tell the public why he didn't tell them before he started doing it. See, this is interesting right here. Rebecca Miller is the executive director of the D.C. Preservation League, a nonprofit that advocates for protecting historic sites in Washington. Now, she has said that dozens of concerned citizens from the city and around the country have called and emailed her to express outrage. But she said she has had to explain that the White House, because of the National Historic Preservation Act of 1966, is exempt from the required reviews that other federal agencies must undergo when seeking to alter government property. Our hands are tied, she said, adding that normally government officials discuss major projects with preservationists, but not this time. She says it's very frustrating that there's nothing the organization can do from a legal or advocacy perspective. The National Trust for Historic Preservation, a nonprofit created by Congress to help preserve historic buildings, urged the administration to pause demolition until plans for the proposed ballroom go through the legally required public review processes, including a pair of commissions that have reviewed past White House construction. But the project is moving forward. As of today, the East Wing reportedly is completely destroyed. The White House has said it would soon send ballroom plans to the National Capital Planning Commission, which is required to review any external construction project at the White House and will decide whether to approve the new building, but the 12-member board is now led by a majority of Trump allies. Officials have said the NCPC has no role in stopping demolition, not construction, on federal property. Past members of this commission previously told the Post that distinguishing between preparation work and literal construction is not how the commission has worked in the past. Former chairman of the National Capital Planning Commission which is required to review any external construction project at the White House. The former chairman of that commission said, large projects in the past have endured a rigorous 4-step review ending with a presentation at a public meeting, he said. At each stage, commissioners and staff give feedback on details including aesthetics and environmental impacts. All construction or renovation of federal buildings in the D.C. region goes through some sort of review. He noted that 2 White House projects from the past decade, replacement of a perimeter fence and construction of a tennis pavilion, took more than a year to move through the commission. Neither involved changing the White House itself. Anyways, there's more details in this article from the Washington Post. But it gets into this question of like what is required for reviews and stuff like that. Some experts argued that there is still a chance to slow Trump's project. Sarah Bronin, who used to be the chair of the Advisory Council on Historical Preservation, said the National Park Service, which is involved with the ballroom project, is not exempt from the National Historic Preservation Act, and she believes that outside groups could file a suit to halt the project if the administration cannot prove that it has undertaken required reviews. The White House has released few details on the project's funding and has not sought permission from Congress, which is empowered with authorizing all federal spending. Trump officials have touted that the planned ballroom will be paid for by private donations, including from wealthy individuals and large companies that have contracts with the federal government, including Amazon, Lockheed Martin, and Palantir Technologies. The president also, during his second term, has paved over the 112-year Rose Garden, saying guest shoes are too often sunk into the ground. The overhauled site, Trump has dubbed it the Rose Garden Club, hosted 2 events on Tuesday. Anyways, so I'm not a legal expert. I don't know if there's any kind of legal option that people might have recourse to try to slow or stop the project. So I just wanted to kind of read some of that to get you a few of the details on this. But it's an interesting question about who needs to approve what. Oda PR viewer thinks the White House has been torn down and put back up in many different ways. Everybody is freaking out. There was another article here. Where was it here? Many presidents have renovated the White House, said the Washington Post. Oh, the Post actually had in the article I was just showing you. Hold on a second. What is this? This is from the Post. It's just an illustration from the Washington Post. So the East Wing is now gone, reportedly, as of today. The 2-story structure on the right and the walkway are gone. I showed you photos earlier. Hang on. Oh, and here's some Washington Post video from yesterday. Hang on. This is the Post video from yesterday. Let me play this for you. I have some more video from yesterday. This is from the article? What is this? Where is this coming from? Here. Does this have audio on it? Is there audio on this, or is it just... Can't even tell. We were playing you that before. We showed you that. Fine, fine, fine. Then we have... Hold on. I know it's confusing. There's supposed to be another video. Keep watching. I think this repeats a couple times, and there's another one. Is this it? Hold on. Let's see. Oh, here it is. Here it is. This is from the Post, and this is from this video from yesterday. So this is from yesterday. That's video from yesterday of the demolition going on. Can you guys see that? You can see it. I can see. I have some video with sound from yesterday too. There's the East Wing. Okay, hold on. I don't know why this is... Oh, this has sound on it.
Beautiful. It'll be views of the Washington
I don't want to play the
Monument.
music. I'm going to play you some other video of Trump. Hold on a second here. Let me show you the Reuters video from yesterday of Trump. Not of Trump, of the construction. Here, I have it. I have it right here. So here's some video. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Here is some video from Reuters from yesterday of the demolition work. I got to take some of your comments too. Give me one moment though.
Hi. Just talk to you. Yeah.
Here we go. That's yesterday. Give me one moment here. Our viewer, Jonathan's back, says not only is he destroying the Constitution, he's destroying the White House and Thanksgiving for the people. Here again is that some more video from yesterday. This is yesterday. Demolition at the East Wing. Quite striking, that video. Zau says the man is renovating. But again, this video is from yesterday. By today, reportedly, the whole East Wing has been demolished. Adrienne Hall says among the list of priorities, a new ballroom should be near the bottom. Our viewer Pseudo Chill says the issue is he didn't consult the American people about these changes. He just does what he wants. Hasib says, I am optimistic about all of this. Ben Thompson says, I bet it's pretty loud there. Well, again, this video is from yesterday. All right. Martin wonders if they found any skeletons during the excavation. All right, so what I want to do, again, in about 21 minutes, if it starts on time, but it might not, Trump is supposed to be doing an announcement about cartels and human trafficking. I would not be surprised if he speaks on other things, including the White House ballroom. So we're going to be covering that live. I do want to show you what he said about the ballroom yesterday. Trump announcement coming up, though. We might have to cover Argentina is having important legislative elections in, I think, 3 days. We may do a stream on that. While we're waiting for the Trump announcement and possible answering questions, let me show you yesterday when he talked about the ballroom. Now I have to just cue it up here. Chaz Martin says, I'm looking forward to the upgrades.
In 1948, 1949. Before it needs to end. When it comes to diese Maschinen, we could really add them up, but
Hold on.
Yeah, a lot of other nations, they really band together.
All right, so here we're gonna let's look at what Trump had to say about the ballroom yesterday. Yeah, guys, a lot of people are writing to me in the chat and writing to me on social media, claiming they're hearing about all this stuff in Venezuela going on and American planes over Venezuela. And one viewer said the U.S. is attacking Venezuela. I have seen zero reliable sources claiming anything is going on. I certainly will report to you the second I see any source that's reliable. I have seen what I would consider extraordinarily poorly or completely non-sourced claims on social media of this kind. But a random account on social media saying something happening is not evidence that it's happening. So, yeah, I will certainly keep an eye on it. But I have seen nothing that I would consider reliable saying that anything huge and new is going on with Venezuela today in terms of U.S. military intervention. I will certainly let you know. Okay. Here is yesterday. This is yesterday, and this is President Trump. You're going to hear what he had to say about the White House construction. Some viewers are mentioning flight radar. Well, look, I say this a lot. I don't sit and look at flight radar every day. So I can't look at flight radar. I mean, you can imagine an obvious exception. You can imagine a weird exception. But generally speaking, I don't know when. There might be a military plane, a U.S. military plane or planes flying near Venezuela on Flight Radar 24, but for all I know, they fly there regularly. Maybe sometimes they fly there and you can't see them, and today they have their transponders on or something like that. But I do follow numerous people who know enough about it, who, if they see something that's truly different on Flight Radar and very significant, they will post about it. And I have yet to see a single one today who would know about this stuff say, oh my gosh, look at what's happening on the Flight Radar. This means something's going on. So again, if I hear from any kind of reliable source or expert who knows about these kind of things that I have confidence in, that there is some kind of huge new development in Venezuela, I will certainly let you know. UK Aussie thinks by the time you get evidence that something is going on, it will be over. All right. Anyways. Frank Lee speaking thinks if there was a military operation going on, you won't see it on Flight Radar unless it's a decoy confusion tactic. Here is what President Trump said yesterday. I think this is where he talks about the ballroom.
About what's happening with Russia and Ukraine. They're not happy at all. Neither am I.
Mr. President.
Jeff?
Sir, just changing this topic slightly. I see you've got the model of the White House and the ballroom. Many people were surprised the entire East Wing is being demolished because you had said initially that the ballroom would just touch or would not.
Well,
touch
certain areas
are
certain areas are being left. We determined that after really a tremendous amount of study with.
Even last night, this is from late yesterday, I believe yesterday evening, late afternoon, evening, President Trump said certain areas are being left. But there are multiple reports today that the entire East Wing is gone. I'll replay this for you.
With some of the best architects in the world, that
model of the
a lot of other nations happy at all.
I see you've got the model of the White House and the ballroom. Many people were surprised the entire East Wing is being demolished because you had said initially that the ballroom would just touch or would not.
Well, certain areas
are
certain areas are being left. We determined that after really a tremendous amount of study with some of the best architects in the world, we determined that really knocking it down, trying to use a little section. You know, the East Wing was not much. There was not much left from the original. It was over the course of 100 years, it was changed. The columns were removed, and it was a much different building. Then a story was added on in 1948, 1949. There was a story added on, which was not particularly nice. And the building was very, very much changed from what it was originally. It was never thought of as being much. It was a very small building. And rather than allowing that to hurt a very expensive, beautiful building that, frankly, they've been after for years. You have that. I brought these along so people could see, but it's, you know, there's a relative, nobody's actually seen anything quite like it. I think it'll be one of the great ballrooms anywhere in the world. It's about $300 million. It's set to do many, many things, including meetings of foreign leaders, including the honoring of foreign leaders. You can see this. This is a plan. If it's got tables so that you honor a foreign leader, we have a proper space. Right now, we have a space that with tables holds about 79 people. And this is a proper kind of a thing. Now, what the White House was doing, as you know, is they were putting tents out on the lawn. This is an interior shot of the ballroom. I think there'll be nothing like it. And it's being paid for 100% by me and some friends of mine, donors to it. The government's paying absolutely nothing. We're also working with the military on it because they want to make sure everything's perfect, and the military is very much involved in this. They want to make sure everything is absolutely beautiful. You can see the kind of interiors that we're talking about. That's an interior of the ballroom, and it's the highest level. And you see it goes beautifully with the White House. I mean, the mix is beautiful. So over the years, many presidents have made changes. This obviously would be the biggest change, but this was something they've wanted for at least 150 years. Many of you have gone to the events where they had, as an example, President Xi, or they had, you know, a leader of one of the countries, including the king and the queen from your favorite country, absolutely, frankly, but where they'd be honored and they'd be in a tent out on the lawn and it would rain and it was a disaster. Brian's shaking his head, you know what I'm talking about. And so I thought I'd bring this out because this is going to be probably the finest ballroom ever built, and we're doing it no cost to the country. It's being put in, the money is being put in by me and donors, very great patriots actually, and the spirit on the building of it is amazing. We are using little sections of footings and various other things, but that's sort of irrelevant. In order to do it properly, we had to take down the existing structure. The way it was shown, it looked like we were touching the White House. We don't touch the White House. That's a bridge, a glass bridge, going from the White House to the ballroom. Then you get into the lobby of the ballroom, and then you go into the magnificent, the main room. And it's something that has gotten incredible reviews.
And you're just quickly following up on that. Just quickly following up on that, sir. I just want a quick follow up on that question. Your response to people who say that you haven't been transparent enough about this.
I haven't been transparent?
That some of your critics feel it should have gone through.
I've shown this to everybody that would listen. Third-rate reporters didn't see it because they didn't look. You're a third-rate reporter, always have been. So third-rate reporters didn't look, but anybody that asked, these pictures have been in newspapers. They've been all over the place, and you know, we're very proud of it. It's gotten great reviews. It's gotten really great reviews. So I think we've been more transparent than anybody's ever been.
Some critics, Mr. President, that the sanctions that you're announcing today will push Putin to the.
Well, I don't know that they will. I think that they'll.
All right. So you heard President Trump talk about the ballroom then. Today, the reporting today is that the East Wing has now been completely destroyed. As you can see right here from Associated Press, White House East Wing demolished as Trump moves forward with ballroom construction, AP photos show. The entire White House East Wing has been demolished. So in about, well, I don't know if it's going to start on time. President Trump is supposed to do an appearance in about 10 minutes. He's supposed to speak about cartels and human trafficking, but he very well might answer questions about things. Let me just make sure I don't have access to that video yet. Soon I should get access to video from the room, even if it's a little early. So I'm looking for that right now. Sometimes these events don't start on time. So hopefully in a few minutes I'll get the video from the room and we can go to that. We haven't even talked about the announcements about the two ships, the boats that were blown up in the Pacific. By the way, I'm going to post a link to this. There's a video, a new video out of the thieves leaving the Louvre Museum and rushing away a couple of days ago. I'm going to post a link in the chat to that footage. I don't think I have access to the footage. Oops, that didn't work. Let's try this again. All right, I just posted that. You can go look at it. And oh, wow. Hey, I got a new picture. Hold on a second. I was wondering if somebody would get like a drone picture or something. Katie Harbath I'm going to post a link in the chat. Took a picture from a plane of the East Wing demolition, and you can see it's really gone. I just posted, I don't have the rights to this picture. I just posted the link to it in the chat, and I've reposted it on my X account. But I hadn't seen this. It's an aerial photo where you just see between the White House, the executive building, is that what it's called? The executive building? But the main building in the middle and the Treasury building next door, everything's demolished. The plane was not directly over the White House. Executive Mansion, is that what the main building is called? Hey, thank you, Nina Drew, for your support. Also, Dan and Maggie are members. Thank you. NBC News also reports that the East Wing has now been demolished. All right, again, we're waiting for President Trump to do an appearance, and we'll see if he may, his announcement on cartels and human trafficking. But that aerial picture is quite a photo. The one that I posted a link to in the chat. Let's see. Hey, thanks again to our moderators who are here as we wait to go to the White House for Trump's announcement. We have Ruth Krafasi is moderating on YouTube. Thank you, Ruth. We also have moderating Idaho Star Matthew Kothai 3 on Twitch. Thank you. Hey, thanks Big Dog Gaming for your support on Twitch. Thanks Guy from the 207 for your support on Twitch. John Deeds, thanks for your support on Twitch. Guy from the 207 says, people equate a room or a rose garden to a building the size of Versailles, dwarfing the White House, LOL. Thanks, Sydney, for the memberships as well. Thanks, Sydney. I appreciate that. Oh, thanks also Linda Belk, Larry, Misha for moderating on X and also on Facebook. Kay Larry Body moderating. Margaret Riley. Thank you. I'm going to have to start timing people out in the chat with the Venezuela comments. One of our viewers said, U.S. just attacked Venezuela. So apparently the U.S. has attacked Venezuela, and our viewer Bog Creeper knows about it. But no major news outlet knows about it, and none of the people I follow who watch these things very closely, including people who specialize in Venezuela, none of them know it. But our viewer Bog Creeper has the breaking news. I mean, it's happening a lot today, so I'm going to start timing people out. I'm going to have to start timing people out. I hate doing it, but I got to just start doing it. It's getting ridiculous. Hold on a second here. right, so I'm waiting to get the video from the White House. No video from the White House yet. Hey, we should mention that yesterday, Pete Hegseth, Secretary of Defense / Secretary of War, announced that the U.S. military had destroyed 2 more, what it says are drug boats. And both of these were in the Pacific Ocean, not the Caribbean Sea. So that was new. And I'll show you real quick. Hey, thanks to Braden Kemp. We might do a poll after. I don't know if we'll do one right now. Maybe we'll do one after he speaks. Thank you, Braden Kemp from New Zealand, who says, "Is this the distraction of history or the creation of new history?" That's from Braden Kemp in New Zealand. Thank you so much, Braden. So, if you look at Google Maps, what you can see is, let me do it this way. There's Venezuela. You can see Caribbean Sea, Venezuela, Colombia, but this is the Pacific over here. If you cross the isthmus, did I get this right? But if you go, across Panama, across Costa Rica, you get to the Pacific Ocean. So part of Colombia borders on the Pacific Ocean or has a coast on the Pacific Ocean. So anyways, all of the ships, until yesterday, all the ship attacks had been announced as being in the Caribbean Sea, I believe, but none in the Pacific. So yesterday, Secretary Hegseth announced 2 different attacks on boats, U.S. attacks on boats in the Pacific. So here's the first one he said, was this one. Hey, thanks, Greg Terry Experience, for watching and your kind words. Look, so this is, if I can put this up on the screen here. This was yesterday. Secretary of War Hegseth. Yesterday, at the direction of President Trump. Now, he said this yesterday, so it was actually 2 days ago. Tuesday, at the direction of President Trump, the Department of War conducted a lethal kinetic strike on a vessel being operated by a designated terrorist organization. The White House has declared certain cartels to be terrorist organizations. Some take issue with that characterization. But anyways, he said, being operated by a designated terrorist organization and conducting narco trafficking in the eastern Pacific Ocean. The vessel was known by our intelligence to be involved in illicit narcotics smuggling and was transiting along a known narco-trafficking transit route and carrying narcotics. There were 2 narco-terrorists aboard the vessel during the strike, which was conducted in international waters. Both terrorists were killed and no U.S. forces were harmed in the strike. Narco-terrorists intending to bring poison to our shores will find no safe harbor anywhere in our hemisphere, just as Al-Qaeda, where he has a couple times drawn parallels, likened these drug runners to Al-Qaeda, to people involving the drug trade, to Al-Qaeda. He's done that several times. Just as Al-Qaeda waged war on our homeland, these cartels are waging war on our border and our people. There will be no refuge or forgiveness, only justice. This was just one of the 2 announced yesterday. Monica Barnes says drug trafficking is not terrorism. Captain Fowl thinks it is terrorism. Nick Van Sickle says the military doesn't do due process. So here is the other one announced yesterday. There were two. Later in the day, Secretary Hegseth posted this. Today, at the direction of President Trump, so there was one was blown up, according to Hegseth, one was blown up on Tuesday, and then this one was blown up on Wednesday, because this post was from Wednesday. Today, at the direction of President Trump, the Department of War carried out yet another lethal kinetic strike on a vessel operated by a designated terrorist organization. Yet again, the now deceased terrorists were engaged in narco trafficking in the Eastern Pacific. The vessel was known by our intelligence to be involved in illicit narcotics smuggling, was transiting along a known narco trafficking route, and was carrying narcotics. I don't know if we're seeing the supposed narcotics at the end there. We don't usually see a shot like we see at the end there with things floating in the water, but we kind of see it in this one. 3 male narco-terrorists were aboard the vessel during the strike, which was conducted in international waters. All 3 terrorists, he calls them, were killed, and no U.S. forces were harmed in the strike. Where is that part of the stuff floating after? That stuff right there. Right there. We usually don't see a shot like that. These strikes will continue day after day, he says. These are not simply drug runners. They are narco-terrorists bringing death and destruction to our cities. These designated terrorist organizations are the Al-Qaeda of our hemisphere and will not escape justice. We will find them and kill them until the threat to the American people is extinguished. Trump is not on yet. It is not on yet. Oh, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have the clock still on, but Trump is the announcement is I'm going to have to change the headline to Trump appearance soon, because it is after 3 Eastern time. Hey, thanks so much to Adrian Taylor. That's really nice of you, Adrian. Adrian says, as long as it's international waters, no real reason to complain. Somebody has to deal with these guys. Maybe I can go over, as we've done before, while we're waiting for Trump, some of the controversy surrounding these strikes. Adrian Taylor, that's very kind of you. Thank you. Where is the... I want to show you something about that. Oh, I have a video about it. I have a video from Reuters about the strikes that I can play you too. That's interesting. As soon as I have video from the White House, I'll put it up. Reuters says U.S. military strikes suspected drug vessels in the Eastern Pacific Ocean. The U.S. military killed 5 alleged drug smugglers in strikes against 2 vessels in the Eastern Pacific Ocean, U.S. Defense Secretary Hegseth said yesterday, in an expansion of the Trump administration's use of the armed forces in its counter-narcotics campaign. The 2 strikes announced yesterday came on top of at least 7 others in the Caribbean in a campaign that has raised U.S. tensions with Venezuela and Colombia, says Reuters. Colombia's foreign ministry said the U.S. must halt the attacks. The president of Colombia made a statement about this. You can see it says right here in the article. The Colombian president said the attack on another boat in the Pacific, we don't know if it's Ecuadorian or Colombian, killed people. It is murder. Whether in the Caribbean or Pacific, the U.S. government strategy breaks the norms of international law. Oh, you know, give me a second here. We're jumping around a bit, but what is this? Oh, no, I'm not going to worry about that right now. I want to stay on this for a second. As soon as I get video from the White House, I'll put it on screen. The White House is running late. Orita says Americans crave their drugs. Maybe solve at the root. So our viewer Oridia thinks maybe there should be more of a focus on the demand coming from America for these drugs. President Trump, asked about the strikes by reporters in the Oval Office yesterday, said his administration had the legal authority to carry it out, and he believed, or at least one of the strikes he was asked about, he said the administration had the legal authority to carry it out, and he believed each strike saved American lives. Trump also reiterated plans to strike targets on the ground in Venezuela, which would be an escalation. That'd be a huge deal, obviously. He said if he takes this step, his administration would likely inform the U.S. Congress. Trump said, we'll probably go back to Congress and explain exactly what we're doing when we come to the land, he said. We don't have to do that, but I think I'd like to do that. Legal experts have questioned why the U.S. military is carrying out the strikes instead of the Coast Guard, which is the main U.S. maritime law enforcement agency, and why other efforts to halt the shipments are not made before resorting to deadly strikes. Let me show you that while we're waiting for this Trump appearance, I have a video here from Reuters about the new strikes. So hang on a moment here.
The U.S. military killed 5 alleged drug smugglers in strikes against 2 vessels in the Eastern Pacific.
Hold on. I need to get it on the screen here. And I need to fix the audio so it's coming out of both, so you get it out of both sides. All right, check this out. Then we'll take some of your comments while we're waiting for President Trump to speak. Here we go. I got to turn the volume up. Here we go.
The U.S. military killed 5 alleged drug smugglers in strikes against 2 vessels in the Eastern Pacific Ocean. That is according to U.S. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth on Wednesday. He said the first strike killed 2 men on Tuesday, and then shared that the military had struck another vessel in the Eastern Pacific on Wednesday, killing 3 men. He shared videos of the strikes on X and said that the boats were, quote, involved in illicit narcotic smuggling without providing evidence. These are the first known strikes in the Pacific since U.S. President Donald Trump launched a new offensive against drug smuggling, and came after at least 7 others in the Caribbean, which have killed at least 32 people. The campaign has raised U.S. tensions with Venezuela and Colombia. Colombian President Gustavo Petro, who is in the midst of a spat with Trump over the boat strikes and tariffs, called the new strikes in the Pacific, quote, murder. He added that the U.S. strategy, quote, breaks the norms of international law. Colombia's foreign ministry said in a separate statement that the U.S. must halt the attacks. When asked about the strike on Wednesday, Trump said his administration has the legal authority to conduct these operations, and repeated plans for ground strikes, which would be an escalation.
We have legal authority, right? We're allowed to do that. And if we do by land, we may go back to Congress. But this is a national security problem. They killed 300,000 people last year, these drugs coming in. They killed 300,000 Americans last year, and that gives you legal authority.
Legal experts have questioned why the U.S. military is carrying out these strikes, when the Coast Guard is the main U.S. maritime law enforcement agency, and why other efforts to halt the shipments are not made before resorting to deadly strikes. The U.S. military killed 5 alleged drug smugglers.
So there you go. Hold on a second here. Still no video from the White House as soon... Oh, I have video from the White House. Hold on. I have video from the room of the White House. Give me a second. Let me get the video. It hasn't started yet, but I do have video from the room. Let me put that up on the screen for you for Trump's announcement. I have the video. So give me a moment. Give me one moment here. I just saw the video. We will get it there for you. For you. I can see it right now. Here it is. Oh, they're playing music. I'm going to turn off the music. I'm turning off the music, but there's the room. Look, it's the White House. Hey, we did it. There it is. President Trump is going to speak on cartels and human trafficking. Who knows, maybe he'll take questions about other things. He often does when he does these appearances. Hang on one sec here. Oh, hold on. I have... Give me one moment. Give me one moment here. Give me one moment here. I need to see. Just getting everything ready for you guys. Thanks for your patience. Okay, that's fine. Okay, good. Now I need to go over here. Yes, the White House themselves is live with their stream, but they don't have their video. They don't have video up yet. Yeah, I didn't really get into detail, more detail of the... There's obviously more to be said about the whole military, the strikes on the boats, but we have to go to this because this is happening right now. So we had to cut short talking about that so we could show you this. Hey, Tulsi Gabbard is sitting there. Our viewer, Amy Clark, says, you can tell Tulsi is military. She shows up on time and is ready to go. Astronova said, couldn't see anyone on that boat. I just had to time out another viewer. Another viewer who said, why aren't you talking about Maduro fleeing Venezuela? This is breaking news worldwide. So apparently our viewer Carlitos has a scoop that Maduro has fled Venezuela. Somehow our viewer Carlitos knows this, whereas no major news outlets are posting about it. No one I follow who covers this stuff, and some who specialize in it are reporting it, but our viewer Carlitos knows about it. We have some very networked in viewers today. I'm really grateful that we have viewers with such great connections to the Venezuelan government that they are getting all of these scoops that the rest of the world is not getting. Tanner Toxicity thinks Carlito is on the ground. We're waiting for this event to start. You can see it there. Some days this happens. Carol Leonig of MSNBC reports that the top federal prosecutor in Maryland has notified the Justice Department that she sees no basis for prosecuting Senator Adam Schiff on allegations of mortgage fraud. There's been questions as to whether the Justice Department might try to indict Adam Schiff. Ooh, another camera angle. Some people are complaining and saying that I'm being mean to the viewers. Hey guys, if you come into the chat and you spread and you claim something is happening that is going to mislead people in the chat, if you claim something is happening that's very important, and the basis for your and it's not well sourced, that's a problem. And so you should expect to be called out for that, and you deserve to be called out for it. Now, it may turn out that something happened. If it happens, I'll wait until there's a reliable source posting about it. But I'm not going to apologize for. I want to tell our viewers. A lot of our viewers read the chat. I don't want them being misled by people yelling and screaming these false things in our chat. And I also think that the burden is on you. If you're going to come into our chat and tell everybody looking at the chat that something is happening, and you say it's breaking news and reported worldwide when no reliable source worldwide is reporting it, you're misleading people, and you should be called out. So my loyalty is to the viewers watching who want to know what's happening, and I'm not going to let people mislead people. And also, I think that as a news consumer, if you're going to tell other people what's going on, you have a responsibility to make sure these things are sourced reliably. So I'm sorry. I don't see that as being mean. I'm just pointing out that these are not well-sourced things, and I think people should be. I think it's bad if people are misleading people. That's not being mean. That's just being critical of people who are spreading this stuff that's very poorly sourced. Once in a while it happens. Once in a while we get stories like this where, we have these days where everybody starts rushing to the chat and posting about things that there's just no good evidence for it. All right, I think it looks like they're about to get started here. Hey, thank you, Melvin Fitzpatrick. I appreciate it. Melvin Fitzpatrick, thank you. Appreciate your support. I think they're still playing music. Hey, thanks to Tyler Kerr. Tyler Kerr, thank you. And also Joanna Crompton, our member. Thank you, Joanna. I see Kash Patel there as well. I see Stephen Miller as well. I see Kristi Noem as well. I see Secretary Hegseth as well. I see Susie Wiles as well, Chief of Staff. Hey, thanks to Braden Kemp. Thanks, Braden from New Zealand. That's really nice of you. I appreciate your note as well. Thank you, Braden Kemp. The camera's going to focus in on something. There's Kash Patel, by the way. Kash Patel and Stephen Miller. Secretary Noem, Attorney General Bondi. I can't play the sound because they're playing music. So I will turn the sound on when they stop playing music. Thanks to Left-Handed, our member. Thanks, PH Survivor 92. That's so nice of you, PH Survivor 92. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Oh, something looks like it's happening. Let's see. Are they playing? Hail to the Chief is playing right now. It's Hail to the Chief. There's President Trump. He's coming in. I may switch to the White House feed. We'll see.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Let me switch to the White House feed right now. Hold on. I'm switching right now. Here we go. It's a little behind, but it's like the White House feed. I think will have better video for you, so you get to hear Hail to the Chief twice. Here we go.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Please. Oh, it's a great honor to have all my friends here. It's like Old Home Week. What a job you're doing. And thank you very much for that. We want to begin by thanking the people that have done such a great job at the White House. They have been doing really incredible work during a shutdown. I don't even know if they're supposed to be working, but they wouldn't miss a day. So I just want to thank everybody for that very much. And we're here today to discuss a sweeping, unprecedented, and historically successful operation that my administration has carried out in recent weeks to arrest, prosecute, and permanently remove members of foreign drug cartels from American soil. And the people gathered around this table are the ones that are doing it, and in this room. Some of them sitting a little behind. In fact, some of them, I'm surprised, are not actually at the table. You people should be very insulted by that. But you've done a great job back there. On my first day in office earlier this year, I signed an executive order to officially designate the drug cartels and savage transnational gangs as foreign terrorist organizations. It was my honor to do so. And on that same day, I also signed an order directing the creation of the Homeland Security Task Force to bring together all federal, state, and local partners to achieve the national policy goal of eliminating the cartel presence in America once and for all. And the results are, and it's early, and the results are spectacular. Led by ICE and the FBI, this task force includes the Department of Justice, the Department of War, DHS, the intelligence community, ATF, the DEA, the U.S. Marshals, and the state and local agencies in every part of our country. Other than that, we don't include too many people. That's a hell of a group, isn't it, huh? When you think of it, that's not a group you want against you. Certainly not at one time. In addition to the task force members, we're pleased to be joined by representatives of law enforcement at every level, the highest level, actually, but every level, including National President of the Fraternal Order of Police, Patrick Yos. Where's Patrick? Patrick, thank you, Patrick. Thank you for the endorsement, too. That really hit it off. I would have gotten 98% anyway, but it was still good to have your endorsement. Thank you, Patrick. I don't forget those things. President of the National Sheriff's Association, Chris West. Chris? Thank you, Chris, very much. Great, good job. Major Cities Chief Association Executive Director Laura Cooper. Laura, thank you, Laura, very much. Major County Sheriffs of America Executive Director Megan Noland. Megan, thank you. Thank you very much. And President of the National Border Patrol Council, my friend, and a very good speaker, by the way. Whenever he gets up and speaks, I say, that guy can really speak. I don't know. I don't want him to run for office. I want him to stay where he is. Paul Perez. Paul. Thank you, Paul. Where is Paul? Hi, Paul. What are you doing over there, Paul? Good job. Good speaker you are, though, Paul. I mean it, too. You've made some incredible speeches, and all from the heart, too, right? Some great ones. Today, you'll hear details from my national security and homeland security teams about the extraordinary historic achievements of this new Homeland Security Task Force since it became fully operational last month in all 50 states. The job they're doing. What we inherited from this past administration is like disgraceful. In a matter of weeks, the task force has made the largest number of arrests of cartel leaders, operatives, and gang members in American history, more than 3,000 and counting. That includes members of the ultra-violent New Generation Cartel, the Sinaloa Cartel, the LNFM Cartel, MS-13 Cartel, and you know MS-13, the gang, and Tren de Aragua, another beauty. That's a group of real garbage we have to deal with, that we shouldn't have to deal with. These are, in addition to the massive numbers of dangerous criminals my administration arrested nationwide since January 20th, numbering over 120,000. It's a record, and 120,000 criminal arrests. Thank you very much. Unfortunately, for 4 long years before I took office, the last administration allowed the cartels and their operatives to frankly take over our country, to freely infiltrate America and all the communities nationwide. Along with transnational gangs, these groups have unleashed more bloodshed and killing on American soil than all other terrorist groups combined. These are the worst of the worst. It should now be clear to the entire world that the cartels are the ISIS of the Western Hemisphere, in addition to their monstrous violence, such as cutting off heads, burning their enemies alive, and burning innocent people alive, too, by the way. The cartels control large swaths of territory. They maintain vast arsenals of weapons and soldiers, and they use extortion, murder, kidnapping to exercise political and economic control. Thank you very much, Joe Biden, for allowing that to happen. Biden surrendered he just surrendered our country to the cartels. Don't worry, it gets better. We're taking it back. It's really fast at levels that nobody's ever seen before. But what we had to put up with, what we inherited, was just a disgrace. And while Biden was president, if he was president, I think the Autopen was president, not Biden, nearly 100% of those who infiltrated our southern border did so because they were personally approved. They admitted they were They were just what happened, assisted by the most dangerous and violent criminal organizations anywhere on the planet. The worst people on the planet they allowed into our beautiful country. Under the Trump administration, we're finally treating the cartels as the core national security administration. We're finally treating the cartels as the core national security threat that they really are. The cartels are waging war on America, and just as I promised in the campaign, we're waging war on them like they've never seen before. All you have to do is turn on your television and you'll see what's happening to them. Past administrations have tried to mitigate this threat, and our objective is to eliminate it. We're not mitigating, we're eliminating. We're getting them out. The bad ones we're putting in prison. We hate to do that because that means we're stuck with them for 50 years or more. In recent weeks, our Homeland Security Task Force has seized more than 70 tons of deadly narcotics, along with more than 1,000 illegal guns, and that's just recently. This is already the most successful anti-cartel and anti-gang operation in American history, and it's just getting started. We have incredible people. A lot of them are in this room with us today, and it's an honor to have them. But we're going to not stop until the threat has been fully and completely eradicated. I want to thank task force members with us today, including a person who's doing a fantastic job, Attorney General Pam Bondi. Thank you, Pam. Thank you. Secretary of War Pete Hegseth. Sounds so much better than Secretary of Defense. I don't know. Do you guys agree with that? I don't know. It sounds, we won the First World War, the Second World War. I would say everything before and everything in between. And then we got woke and we said, well, let's call it defense. I think we like it this way better. It's funny, that's something I thought it would be maybe controversial, and it's only controversial that we changed the name in the first place. It's not controversial at all. It's been unbelievably well accepted, Pete. Hasn't it, right? It's been pretty amazing. I thought it would be controversial. People want to have our country back. People want to do exactly what we're doing right now, and we're getting a lot of credit for it, and we should. I want to thank, though, Pete. You're doing a great job. Pete Hegseth. Secretary of Homeland Security, Kristi Noem. Kristi, thank you very much. Director of National Intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard. Tulsi, good job. And the heads of all of the law enforcement agencies all throughout the room. You're really amazing, the job you've done. To provide additional details on our mission, I would like also to ask General Bondi to say a few words, followed by Secretary Noem, Secretary Hegseth, Director Gabbard, Homeland Security Advisor Stephen Miller. Stephen, you're such a superstar, Stephen. They called Stephen the other day a very bad name, and I said, you should sue them, Stephen. I think he will. I hope he does. FBI Director Kash Patel and Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche. And I just want to say it's an honor, the job we're doing. And these people are doing absolutely incredible. I'll just add a couple of things. In Memphis, as you know, where the numbers are down in half already, and it's only been about 2 weeks. You're doing a fantastic job there. Thank you. Incredible. Nobody thought it was possible. It was really it was a very sick city. It was horrible what happened there. People would go from, if you're on the board of FedEx, they would ride you 1 block to the hotel. They said you couldn't walk it because it was too dangerous. And they're already feeling better about it. But the best example right now is Washington, D.C. We went from one of the most unsafe places in the planet, I hate to say, but in this country, to a totally safe city. It's nothing's crime-free, I guess, but this is about as close to crime-free as you're going to get. And you guys have done an incredible job with that. Every one of you have worked so hard on this one. And it's our nation's capital, and people would go to the nation. They'd go from, I always say, Iowa, Indiana. They'd go from Florida. They'd come up. They want to see the monument. I want to see the Lincoln Memorial. I want to see one of the monuments, any one of them, and they'd go home in a coffin. But not anymore. It's not happening anymore. We haven't had that happen in a long time. It was averaging more than one a week, one person a week. Who would think that's possible? And it hasn't happened anymore. And we have a safe city. We have a city where the restaurants are booming. People are going out. Nobody's being mugged, hit over the head with a baseball bat. None of the stuff is gone. We took out 1,700 criminals, many of them career criminals, many of them given to us by Joe Biden and his ridiculous open borders policy. They came in from jails from all over the world, not just South America, from all over the world. Jails, they came in from mental institutions and insane asylums all over the world, drug dealers, and we got them the hell out of here. They're either that, or if they're so bad, as I said before, we put them in jail because we can't take a chance that they come back. But I want to just say that Washington, D.C. is such an example of what could be done. And now the same thing's happening in Memphis. We're just halfway through the process, and already the numbers are far superior, far better than what we would have thought at this time. And Chicago, I just saw the number. Last week, it was last weekend, 4 were murdered, 11 were shot. And then I have this guy Pritzker, is a very weak governor. Let me be nice. I'm going to be very nice. He's extremely weak. He's pathetic. I have Pritzker get up and say how great they're doing in Chicago. They're doing very poorly. So 4 were murdered, 4, 11 were shot. I would say, and that was not a bad week for him. Okay, that was not a bad week. He's had somewhere 18 or 19 were murdered. And you know what his excuse was? Yeah, but that was a long weekend. Okay, can you believe it? He said that was a long weekend. He's bad. And the mayor is worse. I mean, that mayor is worse. Low IQ, very low IQ. And we don't need low IQ people. We need people that are going to take care. And I love Chicago, and I love those beautiful women, black women, beautiful women wearing MAGA hats. And they're all over the place in Chicago. They want protection. They don't care if it's the National Guard, if it's the Army, Navy, Coast Guard, Marines. They'll take Space Force, okay? Space Force, send them in. They just don't want to be mugged, killed, raped, shot in the head, and we stop it. So we're going to be given a very special, we're going to give Chicago very special care. As you probably know, maybe you heard, we were going to do a big surge in San Francisco, but I got a great call from some incredible people, some friends of mine, very successful people. Mark, everybody knows him, and Jensen, everybody knows Jensen, NVIDIA, and others called me from San Francisco, and they said, we're working really, really hard with the mayor, and we're making progress. Would it be possible for you to hold off the surge? And I had 4 or 5 calls, and I think they're making progress of their own. That would be the greatest. I mean, if they could do that, that'd be great. And they have great competence in those people. I mean, incredible competence, some of the smartest business leaders. And they're working very well with the police department. They're doing a good job. So we are holding off that surge, everybody, and we're going to let them see if they can do it. I said, I think we can do it much faster. I know we can do it faster. I think we can do it better than anybody. We can take criminals out that they're not going to know about, and probably they don't have the legal authority maybe to do what we can. But I'm okay with it, and we're going to let San Francisco, has the potential to be, it was a great, great city, has the potential very quickly to be a great city again. And these are the companies that are there that are all working, and those are the people that asked me, could you do away with the surge, and let's see how it works. And we'll do that. If we need to, we'll do it. But it's possible that we won't need to, and we will be focusing on other places like Chicago. And we'll have Chicago taken care of very quickly. But just remember, 11 people shot, 4 people murdered, okay? And that was this weekend. And that was Chicago. And then you'll see Pritzker get up and talk about, well, we have it under control. They don't have it under control. Just the opposite, it's getting worse. So we'll take care of, as soon as we give the go-ahead, which is all I have to do is give the go-ahead. We won the big court case the other day on the National Guard. That was a good case. Same thing with Portland, speaking of that, because that's where we won it. But, I mean, I looked the other night, Saturday night, Portland is like burning to the ground, and these people are saying it's just friendly stuff. The whole place is burning to the ground. So we'll take care of that one. That's like an insurrection more than it is anything else. That's crazy. Portland's crazy. And then you listen to these radical left people talking about it's really okay. You're seeing things. You're really seeing things. So we're going to take care of Chicago. We're going to take care of Portland. We're going to take care of Memphis. We're proud of D.C. There's nothing to take care of anymore, but we're not going to let it ever go bad. It's never going to happen again, our nation's capital. And with that, I'm just going to tell you that Pam Bondi has done a fantastic job. And Pam, would you say a few words, please?
Thank you, President Trump, and thank you for your leadership. And this is all about collaboration. And around this table, I'm looking around this table, we all work so well together. I don't think another administration in our nation's history has worked so well together. We talk constantly, Secretary Noem, Tulsi, Pete, constantly, but also all of our agencies working hand in hand, and that's why this is so successful. And these people around this table are working 7 days a week, 24 hours a day, even though the Democrats have tried to shut down the government. Terry Cole, I'm laughing because you're around the clock, you're all over the world. Director Patel, you're unstoppable what you're doing around this country. Gowdy Serralta, U.S. Marshal, Rob Sakata and Dan Driscoll wearing your ATF hats. Rob, I was on the texting, Todd Blanche and I were on texting you at 1 a.m. on cases. I mean, that's how committed all of these people are to just keeping all of our citizens safe. And that's what it's all about. And this project is the brainchild of Stephen Miller. And you are doing so much to keep our citizens safe, our kids safe, and get these drugs off our streets. Like the mayor of San Francisco and I are going to be meeting on fentanyl in a few weeks and working hand in hand on that. Secretary Noem spoke to him. But the results of this last month have been historic. As the president said, in the last month, think about this, 3,200, more than 3,200 violent gangs and drug dealers have been taken off the streets. Off the streets. Now, Director Patel and all of these agencies have also been working so hard on getting the leadership. But we are getting all the gang members off the streets and the drug dealers, Sinaloa, CJNG, MS-13, and more, TDA. 91 tons of drugs have been seized as a result of this task force. We tried to put this in perspective for you. This would be filling 4 18-wheelers. 4. All the drugs just in the last month that have been taken off the streets. 58,000 kilos of cocaine. Think about a big backyard swimming pool. That would fill 1.5 swimming pools. Just the powder cocaine that has been removed, saving lives this last month, thanks to all of these people around the table. 2,300 kilos of fentanyl powder and 2.1 million fentanyl pills off the streets. And as the president said, more than 1,000 illegal guns. The Biden administration was, for way too long, all of these great law enforcement officers surrounding the table were not able to do their jobs. What they've said is now they've been uncuffed. They can do their jobs now. We've been watching transnational gangs grow in our country, become organized, set up infrastructure in all of our states, but no longer under President Trump. We are destroying the infrastructure, and we're no longer on defense. All of these great men and women are on offense, so they better get ready. We're dismantling the cartels, and we are taking the leaders into custody and all of the gangs. We are going to supercharge this work. This is not a pilot program. This is permanent. We are here to stay, and Secretary Hegseth, we couldn't do this without you and the Department of War. Thank you all so much for everything you're doing around this table, working tirelessly. And President Trump, thank you for giving them the ability to do it.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Mr. President, since the year 2000, we have lost over 1 million Americans to drugs, to overdoses, to these cartels that have proliferated that kind of a disease on our people and have gone to war with our next generation of Americans. When you signed the executive order that was protecting the American...
I'm going to cut in for a second because we've had a lot of viewers talking about Venezuela in our chat. And I'm just going to cut in for a second here. The Wall Street Journal has just come out with a report where the Wall Street Journal reports that the U.S. flew 2 Air Force One the Wall Street Journal says the U.S. flew 2 Air Force B-1 bombers near Venezuela today, which took off from Texas, and they flew near Venezuela, but they remained in international airspace. And the Wall Street Journal said the Pentagon described the flights as a, quote, attack demonstration. Again, according to the Wall Street Journal, the Pentagon described the flights as, quote, an attack demonstration. Okay? So I just wanted to let you know that. I've heard no reporting that the U.S. has attacked Venezuela. I've heard no reporting that Maduro has fled Venezuela. But I did want to let you know that the Wall Street Journal did report this. They say that the Journal says that the flight of the 2 bombers from Texas to near Venezuela today, they said it ramps up military pressure, they said, on the Maduro administration. All right, let me turn the audio back on. We can talk about more about that after this, but I wanted to let you know that.
To work together with our arms linked to do exactly what you told us to do. And that's not just protect the American people from invasion, but to kill these terrorists. You gave us the task to eliminate them, destroy them, so that they can't destroy the next generation of Americans. So thank you, sir. Thank you for the people you put around this table.
Thank you very much. That's a great job. Thank you. Pete?
Yes, sir. Well, thank you, Mr. President, for your leadership. Chief, likewise, Tulsi and Todd and Dan and Pam and Christy and Stephen and Cash. I mean, I could go around the table. From the Department of War, we are thankful and grateful for the incredible effort that your agencies put in. And we could not be more proud to stand shoulder to shoulder with you. Not superficially, not kind of over here, but front and center on the Homeland Security Task Force, right there with you. Because our department has spent over 2 decades defending other homelands, and we're very proud to be defending our own. And if you talk to the troops down, say, on the southwest border, Mr. President, morale is sky high and continues to be, because they're proud to be defending their own communities, their own state, and their own country. So when that executive order was signed, the mission was clear: protecting the American people against invasion. And so the Department of War went straight to the southwest border. We still have 10,000 troops there. We have national defense areas. We're standing alongside the Border Patrol, and we've locked that border down, 100% control of the southwest border. You stop the invasion. And then we're proud to be going on the offense. Counter-cartel operations. And it's not counter-cartel, as was mentioned. These are designated terrorist organizations, foreign terrorist organizations. Our generation spent the better part of 2 decades hunting Al-Qaeda, hunting ISIS. Well, as the president said, this is the ISIS, this is the Al-Qaeda of the Western Hemisphere. They intimidate, they terrorize, they extort, they poison the American people. The president's right. Every boat we strike is 25,000 Americans whose lives are saved because of the drugs that were headed in our direction. So our message to these foreign terrorist organizations is: we will treat you like we have treated Al-Qaeda. We will find you, we will map your networks, we will hunt you down, and we will kill you. And you've seen that evidence in the maritime domain, whether it's in the Caribbean or in the Pacific with the last 2 strikes. We know exactly who these people are. We know what networks they work with, what foreign terrorist organizations they're a part of. We know where they're going, where they originated from, what they're carrying. And they know we know. And that will soon start to change the calculus of these boats. So the critique of this is, of course, as often is the case, wrong. We know our authorities. It's locked tight. And we're going to treat them like foreign terrorist organizations on the offense. So the Department of War is not going to degrade or just simply arrest. We're going to defeat and destroy these terrorist organizations to defend the homeland on behalf of the American people, making the jobs of law enforcement safer in the process, making the communities of Americans safer in the process. We think it's a very core mission of the Department of War, and we're proud to be here, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Pete. Thank you. Tulsi, please.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. The key reason that you are hearing about these incredible effects is, number one, the team that you've assembled here and the leadership and the tone that you have set, first and foremost, about keeping the American people safe. The intelligence community plays a critical role in being able to support our law enforcement at the federal, state, and local level to make sure that they are armed with actionable intelligence to be able to actually go after those who threaten the safety and security of the American people. Mr. President, under your leadership, for the first time, there is a newly created National Intelligence Fusion Cell at the Office of the Director of National Intelligence, National Counterterrorism, that has a very simple purpose: to make sure that we have two-way intelligence sharing of actionable information between the intelligence community and law enforcement. I want to talk briefly about three successes that we've had just here in the last few weeks, Mr. President, through the success of this interagency fusion cell. Just this last week, our National Counterterrorism Center supported, through actionable intelligence to both U.S. law enforcement as well as Mexican law enforcement, the arrest of a Sinaloa cartel boss, El Plato, in Juarez, Mexico, as well as his top 3 money launderers. In a separate and recent successful interagency operation, NCTC worked closely with the U.S. Marshals Service that led to the arrest of another dangerous Sinaloa cartel member responsible for tracking a huge amounts of cocaine and hundreds of thousands of dollars in this single incident with drug proceeds through his network. And I'll say the last example I'll share is probably the most insidious, was providing intelligence to the Mexican law enforcement that led to the arrest of a CJNG cartel-affiliated baby trafficker called La Diabla. Her whole money-making operation was centered around luring pregnant women, performing illegal C-sections, harvesting organs, and selling newborn babies. Mr. President, it's your leadership that has made all of this possible. I can tell you, in the midst of this government shutdown, our folks, like everyone around this table, are working 24/7 without pay and eager to get after this because they believe in your leadership and the mission that you have presented to them. Thank you, Mr. President. I'll hand this off to Homeland Security Advisor Stephen Miller, the leader of this task force.
Let me just say, Mr. President, that this country was going to die without you. This country was going to actually die without you. That's what we were facing in 2024. We've been invaded for 4 years. Our communities were sinking. Our public safety had gone to zero. Cartels were running entire communities. Sex trafficking, child trafficking, labor trafficking was out of control. Overdoses were out of control. The cartels were claiming more and more territory. City services were buckling. This was a country on the verge of dying, and you alone saved it. And when you stepped forward originally in 2016, you started the movement to make America great again, and that means make America great again in every way, and that means safety and prosperity and peace and freedom from cartels and crime and gangs. And your vision and your leadership in declaring war on the drug cartels is the single most successful public safety initiative in American history. And I need the media to understand what President Trump has done. People have been talking about drug cartels for longer than I've been alive. And everyone has just taken for granted that they can't be touched or stopped. They're too big, they're too powerful, they're too evil, they're too murderous. They can operate with impunity. And in just 9 months, President Trump is the only American leader, not just in our lifetimes, but ever, to actually take the fight to the drug cartels, to actually seek their eradication. And it is happening. And so while the Democrats are shutting the government down and fighting for free health care for illegal aliens, look at what President Trump has assembled here. He's assembled a team under his vision, direction, and leadership that is saving hundreds of thousands of lives. Hundreds of thousands of lives. And only President Trump could have done this. And I will say one last thing, which is that his courage has been an inspiration to everyone else in this room. There are people in this room, looking at, for example, at Todd Lyons, who have been relentlessly doxxed and harassed and threatened. But when they see President Trump's courage, what he's been through for 10 years to save America, when they came after his family, his businesses, his safety, his freedom, everyone at this table knows we can give whatever it takes to get the mission done. So President Trump, thank you for your leadership, your boldness, your courage, and your vision. We're honored to serve underneath you.
Well, I want to thank you, Stephen. And I have to say that, I've been making the rounds. I'm leaving tomorrow for some very big meetings, including with the president of China, where I think we're going to come out very well, and everyone's going to be very happy. But everybody said the same thing. A year ago, we had a dead country. We were a dead country. We really were in a lot of ways, not just this. We were dead as doornails on this, but we were a country that was in serious trouble and beyond that. And we have the hottest country anywhere in the world right now. The whole world is talking about it. We have the hottest country anywhere in the world. We're going to clear up this crime in our cities. We can do it quickly, too. They showed how quickly we could do it in D.C. It was a real bad place. It was a real mess. Dirty, filthy, disgusting, graffiti all over the place, tents on every ounce of parks that we had. Just disgusting. And I rode around last weekend. I rode around the city. I felt very safe in that car, but, you know, I would have done it without it. I wouldn't need that car so much anymore, I will tell you. But the place was clean. We've started that also, not only law and order, but the cleanliness is important. I think cleanliness is almost a part of law and order. If you see dirty, disgusting streets and potholes all over the place and railings falling down and graffiti all over the marble, beautiful statuary marble columns, those gorgeous columns where they had graffiti, it's all gone. And I think it's a part of it. I really do. I think it's a big part of it. But we have a city that we can be proud of. We're going to be that way with every city we have. That's why with San Francisco, I wish them luck, but we could do it so much faster. I told the mayor, I love what you're doing. I respect it, and I respect the people that are doing it. They're the biggest people in the country. They're the biggest people in the world. A lot of the high tech. Some people like them, some people don't, but they're smart, and they want to do it. And I said, I am so honored to let you do it. And if it doesn't work out, we'll do it for you very quickly. But I just want to thank the people around this table are amazing. Cash, please go ahead.
Mr. President, I'll just keep it short, but I think what the media should realize is the amount of courage it takes to do this. And you led that mission. You led it during your campaign, and you brought it to the American people. I think the media should focus on some of these numbers the Attorney General just riled off. Those aren't numbers, those are lives. Lives saved by the millions. Enough enough fentanyl to kill over 200 million Americans, gone, evaporated, off our streets permanently. Your vision to safeguard American freedoms and our children and our future is the most courageous thing I've ever seen a president of the United States ever do. And your ability to marshal it out in 8 months, these statistics would have taken other administrations decades. And the partnership that you see around the table, I just want to, sum it up with the following. When I call these folks around the table, when I call our state and local law enforcement partners who have been absolutely critical to this mission, when Stephen Miller called me and said, we're going to create the Homeland Security Task Force and the FBI and DHS are going to co-lead it, I said, absolutely. The country's been yearning for this and needing it. And the one thing I see different than any other administration is when I call these people, they pick up. I don't get a voicemail. When I make an ask, they answer, and the same is true. And so the FBI is playing a pivotal role in your administration in helping lead out this mission, and Stephen's vision has finally come to life. And instead of attacking the people at this table, maybe the media should go out there and talk to the lives that have been saved forever and the communities that have been safeguarded, because it takes courage to do that. It takes courage to implement that plan, and it takes a president and President Trump to put a leadership team like this together. We are actual friends, and I know the media doesn't want to call us that, but we do that. We do hang out. We do work together. It's a 24/7, 365 mission that doesn't turn off, Mr. President. And as Stephen said, we're inspired by your leadership, and this country's thankful for these 8 months, and I can't wait to see what the next 4 years looks like.
Thank you very much. Thanks, Cash. Great job. Todd, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. The number that I think matters, over 3,266 terrorists have been taken off the streets in 2 months. And for each of those arrests, there's anywhere from between 4 to 20 law enforcement agents, federal, state, and local, executing those arrests. And that means every one of them are putting their lives on the line to make these arrests, to make our communities safer. And so what I will say to them is thank you, but also what I will say to them is that to the extent that there are politicians, as recently as today, suggesting they are doing something wrong, we have governors, district attorneys, mayors, and even congresswomen suggesting that our federal law enforcement and the state and local law enforcement that are helping them are doing something wrong. That is disgusting and something that we will not tolerate. That every day Attorney General Bondi and I talk with all of our partners, making sure that they know that if any one of our federal agents, our state or local agents working under the HSTF banner are even touched by any of these terrorists or rioters, they will be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law. When politicians aid these terrorists by trying to give them comfort or protection or suggesting that somehow our men and women are doing the wrong thing, same problem. We will not tolerate it, Mr. President. So thank you to all of our state and local men and women that are helping us, and our federal law enforcement officers that are literally putting their lives on the line every single day. We will always protect you. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Todd. A really good job you're doing, too. Thank you. Any questions maybe pertaining?
Mr. President.
How about pertaining to this for a little while? And whoa. Would you have any questions of these incredible people?
Mr. President. Mr. President.
Yeah, go ahead, please. Go ahead.
Thank you. Mr. President, thank you. Good to see you. If I could just ask both of you, including Secretary Hegseth, there's reporting the U.S. just sent B-1 bombers near Venezuela to ramp up some military pressure there. Is that accurate, and can you tell us more about that mission?
No, it's not accurate. No, it's false. But we're not happy with Venezuela for a lot of reasons, drugs being one of them, but also they've been sending their prisoners into our country for years under the Biden administration. Not anymore. We have a closed border. We had actually nobody for the last 4 months, I guess 5 months. They report nothing. They report zero. I don't know if that can be possible, but we'll accept it, right, fellas? But we have closed borders. We have people coming into our country, but they only come in legally. We have the strongest borders we've ever had. We might have the strongest borders of almost any nation right now. And that's a big difference from what it was 2 years ago when everybody was pouring in. But we're very unhappy with Venezuela because of what they've done. They've emptied their prisons into our country. Nobody can do that. Only a stupid person would have accepted it. And that's what we had running our country, very stupid people. So we're not happy with Venezuela, I will tell you. Yeah.
Mr. President. Thank you, President Trump.
You okay?
Yes. On fentanyl.
We're going to lose
Sorry
it.
about that. On fentanyl,
we have
President
some
Trump.
good medical help right over there. That's all right.
On fentanyl, according to CDC data, nearly 330,000 Americans died over the past 5 years from fentanyl. That's 1 in every 1,000 Americans who died.
It's more than that, but that's all right.
Yes,
it's
I
more.
know you think it's even more.
I'll be discussing that with President Xi.
Yes, so that's actually my question.
I figured it was.
I was wondering, since it mostly comes from China and has caused such carnage in the U.S., what are you going to say to convey the seriousness? And also a second question for you or Secretary Hegseth. Is there any evidence that China is now smuggling fentanyl through Venezuela to bypass U.S. and Mexican port controls?
They are doing that, yes. But they are paying right now a 20% tariff because of fentanyl. That's billions and billions of dollars that they're paying. We're actually, on November 1st, the tariff on China goes to 157%, which is record-setting territory. And we don't want that because it's not sustainable for them. They can't sustain that. We don't want them to have to go through that. So I'm meeting with President Xi, and I would say we have some big issues, like with the farmers and various other things. But the first question I'm going to be asking him about is fentanyl. And if you think about it, they make $100 million. Think of this. They make $100 million selling fentanyl into our country, $100 million. They lose $100 billion with the 20% tariff. So it's not a good business proposition. It's $100 billion approximately that they have to pay. It's a big penalty to make $100 million. So I think they want to do something. They want to put it on the list. It's on the list. It's one of the things we're talking about, and I'm putting it right at the front of the list. So they pay a very big penalty for doing that, and I don't think they want to be doing it. And we'll see what happens at the end of next week, because I'll be meeting next week, as you know, along with we're stopping in Malaysia, we're stopping in South Korea, we're stopping in Japan. I'm meeting with President Xi actually in South Korea. So it'll be the first thing on the list. Yeah, please.
Yes, Mr. President.
On the drug boats, sir, has there been any discussion about capturing one so that you can show the amount of narcotics?
We know everything about them. Yeah, Jennifer. We know everything about them. We know where they're coming from, who they're coming with, generally who's in the boat. I'll let Pete discuss it a little bit, but they have incredible intelligence. And, you know, usually when you see 5 engines, I've never even seen that before. But when you see 5 engines on a boat going about 65 miles an hour, loaded up with white powder in silver cases, generally speaking, that's not a good sign. They're not going fishing, right? And you don't see any fishing rods, right? So, Pete, I'll let you discuss that a little bit, please.
Well, yes, sir. Likewise, generally you don't see fishing in submarines either, sir. So the U.S. military, as I mentioned, nobody better in the world at mapping networks, identifying who's connected to who, inside terrorist organizations. It's just the media is used to hearing that when it pertains to Afghanistan and Iraq and ISIS and Al-Qaeda. But if you reframe how you understand the world in our own hemisphere, that's exactly what these foreign terrorist organizations are. And so we will track them, we will map them, we will network them, and we will hunt them and kill them because they're trying to and they are killing and poisoning the American people. And inside that, we have all the license necessary, all the authorities necessary to take these kinetic strikes, and we'll continue to take them.
And we've been, just to add, because I think it's important, we've been capturing them for years. It's not like, gee, let's capture one. We've been doing that for years, for 25 years we've been doing it. Not at a level like we're doing it now, I mean, just with the hits we're hitting, but we have much more intensity than any administration's ever had. But we've been capturing these boats for years, and they get back into the system, and they do it again and again and again, and they don't fear that. They have no fear. The thing I can tell you right now, it's very hard to find any floating vessel right now on the Pacific or in the Gulf, and I would like to call it by its official name, the Gulf of America. Another little triumph of the Trump administration. I said for years, why do we call it the Gulf of Mexico? It's 93%. The shoreline is 93% ours. So I never understood that. So I made that change. I never realized how easy that was going to be, other than, I guess, AP fought us in court, and the judge said, but that's the name. And actually, they were sort of semi-prohibited from even covering us after that. It was pretty amazing. But we have the Gulf of America, and there are very few boats, very, very few boats, not even fishing boats, to be honest. I don't want to do that to the fishing industry, but it's been so effective. And our sea drugs, as they call them, they use the term sea drugs, the drugs coming in by sea, are like 5% of what they were a year ago, less than 5%. So now they're coming in by land, and even the land is concerned because I told them that's going to be next. The land is going to be next. And we may go to the Senate, we may go to the, Congress and tell them about it, but I can't imagine they'd have any problem with it. I think, in fact, while we're here, I think it's a good idea, Pete. You go to Congress, you tell them about it. What are they going to do? Say, gee, we don't want to stop drugs pouring in. They're killing 300,000 people a year. I think that's the real number, 300,000 people a year. So between that and my discussion with President Xi, I think we have never made progress like we've made. The sea drugs are almost dead, and they can't come in that fast from the land. And the land drugs are much more dangerous for them. It's going to be much more dangerous. You'll be seeing that soon. So that's the way it is. Yeah. Go ahead, please. Yeah, go ahead, please. With the glasses, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Good.
I wanted to ask, what's your reaction to Representative Dan Goldman calling on NYPD to arrest ICE agents who he says are acting illegally? He says they are illegally assaulting people and illegally detaining people at immigration courts in New York.
Well, I know Dan, and Dan's a loser, you understand. He's a guy that doesn't have what it takes. He's been trying so hard, and they're exhausted. I mean, it's so ridiculous, right? A suggestion like that. So, they're just trying so hard, and it's not working. They've even now started imitating me, of all people. They want to imitate me, and they start using foul language, but they use too much of it. You can't use the F word 7 times in one sentence. It doesn't work. It might work once every 7 news conferences, but you can't do it. You can't do it 7 times in one sentence. So I don't know. They're really they're in big trouble, that party. Go ahead.
Mr. President. On these boat strikes, some alleged smugglers have survived some of these recent strikes and been sent back to their home country. If they're terrorists, why not just arrest and detain them?
Go ahead.
2 points on that. First, when I served in Iraq in 2005 and 2006, we used to in sort of a gallows humor way, talk about the Iraqi catch and release program, the reality that we would catch a lot of people, hand them over, and then they would be recycled back through and we'd have to recapture them or attack them again. And that's why changing the dynamic and actually taking kinetic strikes on these boats ought change the psychology of these foreign terrorist organizations. To those two that survived the shot on the semi-submersible, think again, compared to Iraq and Afghanistan, the vast majority of people that we captured on the battlefield, we handed over to the home country. Did we always like how it shaped out? Sometimes we did, sometimes we did not. But 99% would go to the Afghan authorities or the Iraqi authorities. So in this case, those two, they were treated by American medics and handed immediately over to their countries where they came from, hopefully to face prosecution, which is a very standard way of handling something like this.
And you'll do that with future survivors, anyone else who survived?
We've got protocol of how we'll handle it.
Not that guy, he's so hopeless. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Yesterday there was a vote at the Knesset on annexing the West Bank. Do you see it as a challenge to your peace efforts?
Could you say that louder, please?
Yes, yesterday there was a vote at the Knesset in Israel on annexing the West Bank. Do you see it as a challenge to your peace efforts?
Will you answer that, please? Because I cannot understand the words you're saying. Where are you from? Where are you from? You're from France, beautiful accent, but we can't understand what you're saying.
She said a vote at the Knesset on the West Bank.
The West Bank is, don't worry about the West Bank. Israel's not going to do anything with the West Bank, okay? Don't worry about it. Is that your question? They're not going to do anything with the West Bank. Don't worry about it. Israel's doing very well. They're not going to do anything with it. Yeah, please, go ahead.
Thank you, President Trump. Are there any safeguards in place to protect Americans from fentanyl and cartels when you leave office in 2028? Any protocols that could be put in place in case a future administration comes in that wants open borders? And I also have a question for the Secretary of War as well after your answer.
Well, the biggest thing we can do is make sure they don't come in, because open borders, they would destroy. It's amazing that our country is even surviving with what we went through, coming in by the millions and coming in from the wrong places. You know, I know all these people that run these countries, and they're smart, they're very street smart, and they're not sending their best, you know, they're taking them out of their prisons and their mental institutions, as I say over and over again. They're the drug dealers, they're the drug addicts, they're people that don't work. I mean, the best of them are people that don't work. They don't work. They're on welfare, their form of welfare, which is tiny. You know what their form of welfare? They give you a piece of paper. They give you nothing. But they want people that work. They don't let those people come out because they want those people. You know, they cherish those people. Those are the people that make their country run. They give us all of the people that don't work and are murderers. 11,843 murderers came in. 11,800, many of them committed, more than 50% committed more than one murder. Now, why do we want them? Why would Biden and that group of thugs that he had working for him, why would they accept these people? Why would he accept? Nobody understands it. You know, they say maybe they wanted the vote, but I did great with the Hispanic vote, but these are people from all over the world. Why would they do it? So one question, no matter what I do, I can't, you always like to know the opponent. You have an opponent, what are they getting at? And usually you can. Why would they allow 20 million, maybe 25 million people into this country, almost all of which, but most of which should not have been allowed into our country? It's one of the great enigmas. What they've done to this country should never be forgotten. In history, should never, ever be forgotten. And now it looks like we're going to have a communist mayor in New York. That'll be a lot of fun. But remember this. They have to go through the White House. Yeah, please, go ahead.
Today you pardoned the founder of Binance. Can you explain why you chose to pardon him? And did it have anything to do with his involvement in your
family's... Which one, who is that?
The founder of Binance. He has an involvement in your own family's crypto business.
I believe we're talking about the same person, because I do pardon a lot of people. I don't know. He was recommended by a lot of people. A lot of people say that... Are you talking about the crypto person? Yes. A lot of people say that he wasn't guilty of anything. He served 4 months in jail, and they say that he was not guilty of anything, that what he did, well, you don't know much about crypto. You know nothing about nothing. You're fake news. But let me just tell you that he was somebody that, as I was told, I don't know him, I don't believe I've ever met him. But I've been told by a lot of support. He had a lot of support. And they said that what he did is not even a crime. It wasn't a crime, that he was persecuted by the Biden administration. And so I gave him a pardon at the request of a lot of very good people.
Mr. President.
Yeah, please. Yes,
Mr.
Daniel.
President, thank you so much.
This is the kind of question I like.
Yeah,
right here.
the numbers from this task force are jaw-dropping. I wanted to know, this is a question for you and both Stephen, since it was said this is your brainchild. What are the lessons to be learned from the success of the task force, and what are your continued goals with this task force now that you have about 3 years left?
Well, the best thing we have going is we have such talent around this table. I could go over every one of these men and women, and we have unbelievable talent. They've got the naturals, you know, like somebody that hits a baseball or a golf ball or a, you know, that you see more, it's more evident. It's beautiful because it's sports. You can tell somebody right away, are they good or are they not? These people are the most talented people at what they do. And when we started talking about this, Stephen and all of us, it seems so easy. What is surprising to me is how quickly we can straighten out a large city, a big city, a mean city, a city that's sick, that got very sick with guns all over the place, with bullets shooting all over, where you take your life in your hands if you go out and buy a loaf of bread. That's not America. That's not our country. And those people don't care how you do it. They just want it done. They really do. You know, when you go to the people in the street, they don't know, is it National Guard? They just want it done. They want to be safe. And we've gained a great following of Americans, real Americans, people that want to be safe. But I think the biggest thing we say is we have tremendous talent. We were able to recognize, like a football team, like a baseball team, we were able to recognize the talent. And the talent is largely in this room for the whole country. It's largely in this room. There's really nothing like it. And that's why I think we had D.C. done, not perfectly, but pretty much done, at least normalized in 12 days. When you say 12, would you say 12 days? On the 12th day, it felt different. And you know, we took a lot of bad people out, never to come back again. Then most of them never to come back again. But there's great talent, and there's also great courage. I've been watching what goes on. And then you have the radical left lunatics, and what's that all about? I mean, they're fighting us because we want to stop crime. Where do these people come from? They're paid money. I guess they're paid a lot of money. But like I saw that ridiculous march the other day, I say, these people are not representative of our country. And not all of them, of course, but many of them are total lowlifes. These are lowlifes. These are people that are paid agitators, and they're not representative of our country. So I don't know. I can just tell you that our country has tremendous spirit right now. You know that better than anybody because you cover it well. But we have a lot of people that are very happy right now with the direction. They did a poll the other day. The direction of our country is better than it's been in 37 years. And I'm upset because I think it should be better than that. I actually said we should be better than that. So, you know, thank you very much for your question. Brian?
Mr. President, yes. Thank you, Mr. President. You guys have done an amazing job in Memphis. Some of those numbers are staggering, and we've gotten message on social media wanting to thank you for that. But I think, can you talk about the number of missing children you guys have discovered in Memphis? That's amazing.
Well, it's hundreds of thousands were lost through Biden and the Biden administration, and we are getting a lot of them back, but they're either dead, they're slaves, they're captured in some form. But think of it, hundreds of thousands we're talking about, not even believable. And they came in through the border, they were sold, they were bargained for, and this was all Biden, meaning Biden and Obama, the same mentality, frankly. I think it's the same mentality. Let me tell you, Barack Hussein Obama was a lousy president. A lot of bad things happened. Remember when they used to talk about Trump with the jail cells? Well, he built the jail cells for the children. He built those jail cells. Remember that came out? But, sir, they were built in 2014. You remember when that came out? After me going through that stuff for about 2 weeks, and then they found out it was Barack Obama that built those jail cells. No, these people They were bad leaders. I hope we don't have it again. I hope we don't have it again, because, you know, our country's come back a long way, but it can only withstand so much, and we don't want to ever go through that again. We never want to have open borders again. We don't want to have men playing in women's sports. We don't want to have transgender for everybody. We don't want that. We want to have a great country with low interest rates, nice housing, great education, a strong military, the basics. Yes, please.
In last night's New York City mayoral debate, Zohran Mamdani said he would close Rikers Island if elected. What kind of impact would that have on public safety?
Well, it's not good. I guess it's not a very nice place, but you need it. I mean, you need something. You have a lot of additional people in New York City that should not have been here. They came here through the open border, through Biden's. You know, I don't know how they even do it. New York City's always been tight for money. And then they spend, you know, $8 billion, and nobody complains about it, on people that just showed up and they just came out of nowhere. Where did they get the money? All of a sudden they have money. I tell you what, we have to keep our prisons very fair and very safe, but you get a lot of criminals. We have a lot of additional criminals. I used to talk about it. They used to say, well, only good people come in from foreign countries. I said, that's not right. I didn't know that for a fact, but it had just started, right? The open borders and people flowing in by the millions. They make our criminals look like the nicest people on earth. That's the only good thing. They make our criminals look like nice people. They are the meanest, the most vicious. Tren de Aragua, you don't get any sicker. They cut people's fingers off because they called the cop. Did you call the cop? Yes. They cut off his finger so he can't call the cop anymore. And then they say, next time we're going to cut off your hand if you cut, because they took over his apartment in Colorado. You know, Colorado, they took over a town, then they took over another town, and you have a weak governor over there. He doesn't know what the hell he's doing, so he lets it go on. But we're getting them out of here. We're getting them all out. They're going back to lots of, not just Venezuela, they're going back to lots of countries. Venezuela would be one, however. Yeah, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. President.
Yeah.
A moment ago, you said that if Secretary Hegseth went to Congress and briefed them on the operations
No, we
against
will
these,
go, I said.
You will go. And
We
it would
will
be
go.
difficult for them to object.
I don't see any loss in going. No reason not to. You know, they'll always complain, oh, we should have gone. So we're going to definitely, I'd like to just tell you, let's go. We'll go.
And Mr.
We're going to
President-
tell them what we're going to do, and I think they're going to probably like it, except for the radical left lunatics.
And Mr. President, if you are declaring war against these cartels and Congress is likely to approve of that process, why not just ask for a declaration of war?
Well, I don't think we're going to necessarily ask for a declaration of war. I think we're just going to kill people that are bringing drugs into our country. Okay? We're going to kill them. You know, they're going to be like dead. Okay? Yeah. Yes, red hair.
Thank you.
Beautiful red hair.
Thank you. I'll tell my hairdresser that. She'll love it. This is a question for both you and the Secretary of War, Mr. Hegseth.
Who are you with?
I'm with the Center Square. We're a newswire service. With everything that's going on between the narco terrorists in the Caribbean, and then also with more Chinese, Iranian, Russian ships also taking part in Venezuela. Are you have any plans of expanding operations out of Roosevelt Roads, and in fact, placing some home porting some ships there?
Yeah, go ahead, Pete. We're familiar with the location that you're referring to, and we'll make sure that we're properly displaced in order to deal with the contingency we're dealing with there, and also any ways in which other countries would attempt to be involved also. So we can walk and chew gum. We're definitely keeping our eyes on near-peer adversaries at the same time, but we think sending a message on these cartels, these narco-terrorists, is an important inside our hemisphere, which for far too long, other presidents, as the president pointed out, they've ignored our own backyard and allowed other countries to increase their influence here, which only threatens the American people. We're changing that.
One big thing that has happened, though, because you mentioned expansion and expand our efforts. So when I was running for office, second term, everybody was talking about the fact that nobody wanted to join the military, nobody wanted to join the great police force. They didn't want to join New York's finest or any of our police forces. They didn't want to join anything having to do almost like with the country, with the uniform. We are setting records with the Army, Navy, Air Force, Marines, Space Force, Coast Guard. We're setting records. We've never had anything like it. And I'll tell you when it started, November 5th. We didn't even have to wait till January 20th. They saw spirit. And now we have people coming in that are, it's unbelievable. And if we wanted to increase our military force, if we wanted to increase any one of these, including police forces, they can now get men. People didn't want to be policemen and women. They didn't want to be firemen and women. They didn't want to go into the military. We were having tremendous recruiting problems, and now we're setting records. We literally, last year at this time, you were doing stories that the recruitment was a disaster. We couldn't get men and women to go into the military. Now we have such an overabundance. We've never had, I mean, it's, as I understand it, it's like record-setting recruitment. This is in less than a year. It's been amazing. So this is a good time to expand if we want to do it. And I think we should. I think we should. And we probably will. Yeah, please. Yeah. Blue.
A couple questions for you. First for you and Secretary Hegseth. Is the administration supportive of sending National Guardsmen to cities for the express purpose of aiding deportation and immigration enforcement efforts?
To expand deportation efforts?
Sending National Guardsmen to U.S. cities for the express purpose of aiding deportation and immigration enforcement efforts.
What we've done so far is stand alongside federal law enforcement in every way, facilities and personnel, but also we have a great deal of lift inside the military. We're able to move assets in a way that no other aspect of the U.S. government can. And so where we can rapidly assist with mass deportations, we have been happy to do that.
And then one more question, if I may. Is the administration at all supportive of potential measures to crack down or regulate or even ban apps that track ICE agents' locations?
What do you mean by that?
Like specific apps that are used to track the location of ICE agents?
I guess we'll do that. I'm not a big app guy. I'm not into that too much. I think Pam might be it. Let's go.
Yes.
Give me a good answer there.
Yes. These organizations, President Trump, are coming in and their apps to track our federal law enforcement officers, and it jeopardizes their lives, where they're going to be, their location. And we've actually been working really well with the tech companies who have been cooperating because they don't want our law enforcement officers to get injured. So yes.
Well, I mean, I see it with ICE, where they're having, where they define where they live, who they are. And, I didn't have a big view on the mask, but I now understand why they should wear masks. I think it's very dangerous for them not to wear masks. They can do whatever they want. I notice some do it and some don't, but it's pretty dangerous. But when you look at, you talk about that question, I think it's very dangerous, and I think you're coming down on that very hard, right?
We are.
Yeah, please.
Sir, Mr. President.
Go ahead.
Thank you, sir. When you were running for re-election in 2024, you released a video statement where you made this exact promise to show no mercy on the cartels and employ every military asset necessary to combat them. In that same video, you also said that you plan to expose all the bribes and corruptions with politicians and the cartels.
We're doing that.
Has your
we're
task
trying to
force
do
been
that.
looking into that in American politicians?
Yeah, where the money's coming from. Because you see it. Like even that garbage deal they had this weekend, which was embarrassing to them, and the crowds were the crowds were not big. Those crowds were not big at all. But when you look at signs, and they're all made beautifully, the yellow signs, I saw the yellows, the blues, but they're all made professionally in a printing shop, looks like on Madison Avenue someplace. Some guy is paying for all that stuff. And we don't mind protest. Protest is a good thing. I protest. I'm always protesting, right? But when you see some of these people are going crazy. They're going crazy because they're getting paid. Because there's no reason for them to be going crazy. But you watch some of them, and they're professional agitators, and we are finding out who's paying them. Yeah, we have a lot of information about who they are. You're going to be very surprised when you find out.
And I have a question for Secretary Hegseth. Sir, a memo circulating on social media details the establishment of a National Guard response force that's going to be trained in crowd control and civil unrest and deployed in all 50 states by April of 2026. Can you verify the authenticity of that memo, and do you have any more information on the operations?
I'm not going to answer particulars on something that may be in the planning process, but we definitely do have multiple layers of National Guard response forces, whether it's in each state, whether it's regionally, whether it's Title 10 active duty, whether it's Washington, D.C. We've got a lot of different ways that constitutionally and legally we can employ Title 10 and Title 32 forces, and we will do so when necessary.
Thank you. President Putin basically said today that Russia is immune from U.S. sanctions. He said that it would not impact the Russian economy in any serious way. Is he
good.
wrong?
I'm glad he feels that way. That's good. I'll let you know about it in 6 months from now. Okay, let's see how it all works out. Yeah, go ahead, please, Blue.
One about the shutdown. I'm Taylor Poplars with Spectrum News. The same day you established this task force back on January 20th was the same day you pardoned the January 6th defendants.
Yeah, very proud of that. Yeah.
Just last weekend, one of them was charged with allegedly threatening to kill House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries. And a big theme of this task force has been allowing law enforcement to do their job and holding accountable people who go after law enforcement. Do you worry that your actions back on day one undermine what this task force is trying to accomplish?
No, you have thousands of people that we're dealing with, and if one goes haywire, look at what this guy in Virginia said, where he wanted to kill his opponent. He's going to kill his opponent. He's going to kill his opponent's children and I think wife, and he continues to run, and the Democrats continue. He's running for Attorney General in Virginia. Look what he said. So now, do you think all Democrats should be prohibited from living anymore? I mean, think of what he said. He's going to kill his opponent, and he's going to kill the children of his opponent, and I think the wife. I said, this guy's sick. That is a sick guy. And how do you vote for somebody like that? But I don't view that every Democrat would say that, because not every Democrat would say that. So you can't, you could have one person, but I don't know of the incident. I can say we're very proud of what we did. We had the courage to do something that should have been done. The problem, sometimes the Republicans are too nice. They're a very nice party. The Democrats play a much dirtier fight. It's amazing. You go after dirty cops like Comey, and you go after, these are dirty cops. Letitia James is a dirty cop. You go after these people, and they say how horrible you are, and yet I got indicted 5 times and impeached twice. Nobody says anything about that. They say, they actually said the other day, he's trying to indict somebody. Got indicted 4 or 5 times, Todd, maybe more than that. Yeah, I think you could say 87 times if you really think about it, right? With the charges, a bunch of phony guys, but nobody says anything about that. But they mentioned it the other way. No, the Democrats play a very dirty game. It's all they're good at. They're good at a couple of things: cheating on elections and playing very dirty. And they have one good trait: they stick together. They stick together. They stick together through the worst policies that anybody's ever seen. It's unbelievable how they stick together. And I respect them for sticking together, but it's a dead party because their policies are no good. Okay. Right? We'll do a few more and we'll go home.
Wonderful.
Everybody's going to go home. I'm going back to the Oval Office, however.
Speaking of Democrats, there's a report that there's a grand jury on Adam Schiff for apparent mortgage fraud. If he is indicted, should he step down as a U.S. Senator?
Well, I'm not going to comment on that. I would just say Adam Schiff is one of the lowest forms of scum I've ever dealt with in politics. He's a horrible human being, very dishonest person. I have no idea what's going on. You tell me that he's going to be indicted. I don't know. You could ask Pam. I don't know if she could say it. Probably you are allowed to say it, but I wouldn't know about that. I can only tell you he's a very bad. I think he's actually a sick person. Do you want to talk about that?
We're not going to comment on any grand jury that's open. We can't legally.
I don't know. By the way, I hope it's true, but I don't know anything about it. Yeah, please. Oh, millions of dollars, yeah. Well, I also give, I give a lot of money to the White House. The White House is, as you know, I give my salary, and I usually like to steer it to the White House because this house was a little bit abandoned. First of all, for 4 years, you had a guy walking around that didn't know where the hell he was. And this house was not taken care of the way it was supposed to be. I take very good care of property. I was very good at that. And you'll notice the floors downstairs, I paid for them. Marble, the most beautiful marble you've ever seen. The white floors down in the palm room, which they look like they came out of, I don't want to lose because they're big supporters of mine, Home Depot, so I'm not going to say bad, but they did come out of a box from Home Depot about 30 years ago. They were all broken, but now they have the most beautiful floors, the most beautiful lights and chandeliers. I think most of you, Brian, you've seen that, right?
Yes.
How beautiful is that? And I take care of it. So I spend millions of dollars on this building, taking care of it. It was not properly maintained, and now it's starting to gleam like it should. It should really gleam, and you should go down and visit the Presidential Walk of Fame. Have you seen it? It's quite good. I'm sure that a lot of people coming to the White House, it's hot. It's very hot, but it's really a tribute to the presidents, past presidents of our country. Yeah, please.
Mr. President.
Yeah, behind you, please. Yeah, go ahead.
Thank
Go
you.
ahead.
So on Monday, a question for you as well as Secretary Noem. On Monday, Mayor Karen Bass of LA and Representative Robert Garcia, they held a press conference and they called for an investigation into DHS, accusing them of unlawfully arresting U.S. citizens and racially profiling and only arresting people because, in Robert Garcia's words, they look like me. He's a Hispanic individual. Do you have a response to that?
Are you asking me that question?
You as well as Secretary Noem.
They are arresting bad criminals, and they're really good at it, too. I look at the numbers, they always like to say that, oh, you're arresting this and that. Then when you check it, you find out, geez, almost every single time, and, obviously every once in a while they may get one wrong, but they always correct it. They're able to correct it. But they are arresting really bad people. They're arresting people that kill, people that would cut your throat and not even care about it. These are brave people, and it's very dangerous. And if they go even a little bit too far, they get into trouble, which is a shame. I protect them, but they get into trouble. But they're arresting very serious criminals, and they're getting them out of here. Okay, one or two more. Doug, do you have a question? I'd love to have Doug have a question, our great photographer, because he's such a great guy, and he might be the most talented person over there. I don't know. Go ahead. Let's hear your question. This guy's a real beauty.
On the cartel strategy, hearing you talk about it as a war, hearing Secretary Hegseth talk about defeating and destroying and the comparisons to ISIS and Al-Qaeda, those efforts took American troops being engaged in foreign countries. Do you think that's ultimately where this is headed with the cartels, having American troops in countries like Venezuela?
No, the cartels are very bad. They have a lot of bad people coming in. They were interviewed recently, and they were asking people what their problem was, and one guy said, yes, I'm up for murder. Didn't know what he was saying, obviously. I'm sure his lawyer was not thrilled with his statement, but no, they're rough people coming into those cartels. Those cartels are rough. You look at what happens, the trip up is horrible, especially for women. They're being killed, they're being raped at levels that nobody thought even possible. In my opening speech, I mentioned that, but in a very light way. I mentioned the word rape. Then I found out that you take a look at what happens in those cartels. It's horrible what's going on. And we're doing the world a big service by just telling them, you don't have too many cartels now because they know when they get up here, they're going to be stopped. Under Biden, they were just flowing into the country. It didn't matter what you were, where you came from, what you looked like, what your record. They didn't check records. Millions of people came into this country that should not be in our country right now. We've gotten a lot of them out. It's the single biggest problem that we were given. Inflation, I've already taken care of. Economically, the country is the strongest it's ever been. Thank God for tariffs. If we didn't have tariffs, we'd be a third world nation. But thank God for tariffs. We're the richest nation in the world now because of tariffs. And we're able to economically protect ourselves, and we're able to really protect ourselves from a national security, situation. But we have cartels that you know, somebody came up with the word cartel. I won't tell you who that person was, but you got a lot of bad people in the cartels. And you could look at a country like Mexico, and I really respect the president. I really respect a lot of the people over there, but a lot of the leadership. But they are in fear in their own country because those cartels are running those countries, okay? And that includes Colombia. Colombia is a drug den. It's a drug den, and it has been for a long time. You got a lousy leader over there right now, bad guy, a thug. But they make cocaine at levels that we've never seen before, and they sell it back into this, and they're not going to get away with it much longer. We're not going to put up with it much longer. Colombia is very bad. Mexico is run by the cartels. I have great respect for the president, a woman that I think is a tremendous woman. She's a very brave woman. But Mexico is run by the cartels, and we have to defend ourselves from that. Go ahead. Let's go with you. Go ahead. Let's listen to this beauty.
Do you expect a resolution on the government shutdown by the time you return from your trip to Asia?
Do I expect to have it resolved by the time I return? I don't know. I said long ago we shouldn't have been in this problem. This was September 28th. It came due in Biden's regime, and before the election, September 28th, and they pushed it off into the future. And I was running when they did that. And when you're running, you know, but I did say, what the hell are they doing? That and debt ceiling. You know, they also pushed the debt ceiling past the election date. So that would mean the next president has it. But I did say that I think the Democrats have gone totally crazy. And you don't know what they're going to do because they don't care about the people. They don't. I really think they have no leadership. They have a lot of very low IQ people. Jasmine Crockett is a low IQ person. A lot of them are. I don't want to insult too many of them, but a lot of them are. They have no rudder. I don't think they know what they're doing right now. You know, they've never done this before. They always agreed to go and, you know, called an extension. Let's do an extension and talk. Even today, look at what happened today. They don't want to pay the people that have worked. And, you know, this was supposed to be this was a test. And they wouldn't pay the people that have been working. They said, no, we don't want to pay them. This is all the Democrats. Now, all we need is 5 Democrats. And I know a lot of Democrats that are saying they're more than 5. Probably not that many more than 5, but there are more than 5. And all we need is like 5 Democrat votes so we open our country again. Sad, though. We have the greatest economy in our history. We have the highest stock market. All these things are rocking. We will have by the end of my first year more than $20 trillion of investment. The all-time record is $3 trillion. I think it's China. We're going to have $20 or $21 trillion. We've never had anything like it coming in because of tariffs. The money pouring into our country, the plants that are opening, AI, automobiles, everything. And the Democrats want to close our country. They're really, you know, they say deranged. They suffer. I guess it's Trump derangement syndrome, which I think is going down now as an official condition by the doctors. I think they get paid extra money if they handle it because it's more difficult to handle than a normal mental disease. But you know what? They really should approve an extension, get the country back to work, get the people paid. And, you know, it's very simple. You just don't know what's going on. There's something wrong with them. Yeah, it's sad, actually.
Have you raised the full $300 million needed to fund your? Have you raised the full $300 million needed to fund your ballroom? And how much specifically are you donating to this construction project?
I think $350 million. All donor money and money that we put up. We've raised. It's going to be. It's going to cost right in the neighborhood of $300 million. It's been expanded and made absolutely. It'll be the most beautiful ballroom anywhere in the world, I think.
And how much specifically are you donating to it personally?
How much am I donating? I won't be able to tell you until I finish, but I'll donate whatever's needed. I'll tell you that. Do I have a name for the? I won't get into that now. Yeah, go ahead, please.
Follow up on the shutdown. In the next couple of days, a lot of Americans are going to go without their first full paychecks. Federal workers.
By the way, a friend of mine, talking about donors, a friend of mine, a man that's great. I'm not going to use his name unless he lets me do it. Susie can tell you about this, but he called us the other day and he said, I'd like to contribute any shortfall you have because of the Democrat shutdown. I'd like to personally contribute any shortfall you have with the military, because I love the military and I love the country, and any shortfall, if there's a shortfall, I'll contribute it. And today he sent us a check for $130 million. I would love to tell you he doesn't really want the recognition, if you want to know the truth, but he gave us a check for $130 million, which was sort of a shortfall, yeah. And that's going to go to the military, yeah.
And what's your message?
Is that the correct number? $130 million. That's what I call a patriot. Okay, thank you very much, everybody. Thank you. Thank you.
All right, that was, we got to see President Trump take a bunch of questions. He took a bunch of questions. So I did want to update you on this, on this report about that President Trump was actually asked about this and he denied it. I believe these planes were visible on flight radar, though. You can see right here, Trump says report of sending B-1 bombers near Venezuela was false. I believe people were tracking these planes today on flight radar. I'll show you something about that. I know they were tracking. And President Trump denied it. The Wall Street Journal reported that the U.S. flew 2 B-1 bombers near Venezuela today. By the way, a quick thank you to a couple people. Thanks, I Am Charlie, for your support, and Jiggle Jess, and Tyler Martin, and Channeling Gary, and Ed Weeby, and PH Survivor 92, and David L, and Scoops. Thanks for your support. Also, thank you to, hold on a second here, Froggy Feets for subscribing on Twitch, and Big Chief Rick for subscribing on Twitch. Also, quick shout out to our moderators, Idaho Star, Matthew Kohai 3 Riff Tracks on Twitch, thank you. Over there on YouTube, Ruth Krafasi, thanks Ruth for moderating over there. Linda Bell Glary, Misha on X, and Margaret Riley, K. Lowry Body on Facebook. Thanks Michael Clayton and Chuck Mosca for subscribing on Facebook, by the way. So I just want to mention this this Wall Street Journal report. And by the way, also CNW, who I follow, they're a very good account to follow for Venezuela stuff. CNW, they posted this earlier. Look at this from CNW. Can I do it this way? Hold on. Let me see if I can make this work. So CNW posted this earlier, and they have a screen grab of Flight Radar 24. And they said 2 USAF B-1 bombers were spotted on flight tracking. This was hours ago, just north of Sucre near Isla Margarita. Now, I'll tell you what the Wall Street Journal report on this said. But there were two B-1 bombers that flew, according to the Wall Street Journal, from Texas. And the Wall Street Journal report says that the Pentagon called this a attack demonstration. Attack demonstration. So there was no actual attack today. But again, you can follow CNW at @ConflictsW. President Trump denied this, but the Wall Street Journal said that there were 2 B-1 bombers that were flown. And they took off from Texas, and they remained in international airspace. And this bomber can carry more bombs than other U.S. bombers. They can also conduct surveillance, maritime surveillance. And also, the Wall Street Journal points out that last week, there was a similar show of force with B-52 bombers and F-35B jet fighters were flown off near an island off the coast of Venezuela. That happened last week. Oh, you know what? I just realized something, which is I have to edit my post. I don't know if I can edit it anymore. Because I posted about this and I don't know if I can still edit it. I can't. The problem is, so I posted about this, and I posted that the Pentagon described it as an attack demonstration, which is true, and the bombers returned to the U.S., which is true. But I said the bombers, the quote I had from the article about the bombers circling the area, strictly speaking, that was describing the last week thing circling the area. So anyways. Basically, I posted something with a part of the quote was referring to last week. So now I think I have to delete my post. Even though, again, this I'll deal with that after the stream. I got to do that after the stream. I wonder if the article has been updated. No, it hasn't. That's just my fault. Anyways. The part in the quote, anyways, I have to deal with that after. I want to be accurate in my posts. So I don't want to, I want to make sure the quote is an accurate quote. Okay. I actually have to delete it. Oh no. Now I have to delete my post. I apologize. I read it wrong. So the article says only days after other American warplanes carried out an attack demonstration. All right. I made a boo-boo. So what I said, when I looked at the article, I read it as the Pentagon said it was an attack demonstration. But what the article said is that these bombers flew near Venezuela today, and then they came back and they remained in international airspace. But the one a few days ago was an attack demonstration. Oh no. Oh my gosh, I messed that up. Apologies. My earlier post said the Pentagon... how do I say this? I got to get this posted because I had it up there. So, misread the WSJ report. The Pentagon called the what is it? The bombers, the bomber flights near Venezuela a few days ago last week an attack demonstration, not the flights of the bombers near Venezuela today, which remained in international airspace. Says the Wall Street Journal. Okay. Now I have to post this. That's bad. That's my fault. I apologize. I apologize for that. Totally my fault. my misreading. I better eat something. Maybe I'll blame, it's my, even if I'm hungry, it's still my fault. All right, I am reposting this. I'm sorry to hijack the stream for me to repost something. But I just want to clarify, because I said it on the stream earlier. The report is that, as I said, the Wall Street Journal said these two bombers, they took off from Texas. They flew near Venezuela. They stayed in international airspace, and they flew back. Okay? That's what the Wall Street Journal said. But they did not, the attack demonstration is what the Pentagon said about last week's flight of bombers near Venezuela. They didn't say that about today. Okay, I'm sorry. And strictly speaking, the article said they took off from Texas. Didn't say they landed back in Texas. I'm assuming they landed back in Texas. Okay. My bad. My bad. I hate it. That's so my fault. You know, it was, I just saw the article. It's in the article, it says the Pentagon described the flights as an attack demonstration. So I was like, oh, they're talking about these flights. But no, they were talking about the ones last week. Okay, I have reposted it. I have reposted it. Anyways, sorry, I just hijacked the whole stream. But at least there's clarity here. There's some more clarity now. So again, today, according to the Wall Street Journal, 2 bombers flew from Texas, remained in international airspace, but got near Venezuela. And they say it's a ramping up of military pressure. They also point out that last week, there were fighter jets and bombers that circled near Venezuela, and the Pentagon called that an attack demonstration. That was last week, okay? I'll also point out that Barbara Starr, who is a former military reporter and a defense expert, she reported that analysts speculate that the U.S. military flights today may have been assessing the state of Venezuelan radars for future targeting. She said that. The Wall Street Journal said the flights today signal a possible widening of U.S. campaign. As some of our viewers are pointing out, President Trump said something today which he has said several times before. I believe he was saying it at least a week ago, where he was saying, he has said several times now, when he's answering questions, he has said several times that the U.S., which has been attacking, the military has been attacking boats in the Caribbean and now the Pacific, near Venezuela and Colombia. The U.S. is going to start attacking on land. Cartel targets on land. He said it today. He has said it several times. Something else I noticed in reading another report about this that I wanted to pass along is, where is it here if I can find it? Yes, the New York Times had an article today where they said that the U.S. has put a sizable military deployment in the region, within reach of Venezuela, the New York Times today said that while the administration publicly says the mission of this big military deployment is to combat drug trafficking, The Times said today, American officials have privately made clear that the objective is to drive President Maduro of Venezuela from power. So they don't quote anybody, but they say that American officials have privately made clear that the goal of the military deployment in the region is to drive President Maduro of Venezuela from power. So there's been debate about whether that's the case. He also said today in the Q&A that they were going to go. The administration was going to go to Congress to inform them about, I guess, before they expand. I think he was talking about this in the context of doing stuff on land. Here, look, I have that right here. Trump considers congressional notification for drug strikes on land. Now, this is from yesterday. President Trump said yesterday his administration had the legal authority to carry out strikes on vessels near Venezuela. Blah blah blah. He said if we do it by land, we may go back to Congress. We will, but then today he said we're going to do stuff on, I forget the exact quote, but he did say that the U.S. would be doing stuff on land, and that he did say he committed to going to Congress about it. I forget, you have to rewind for the exact wording. Yeah, he said the land is going to be next today. Let me read some comments from you guys. Sorry, I've been talking a lot. Hey, thanks Kerry Poteet for the memberships. That's really nice of you. People were talking about Venezuela a lot today, so I wanted to get you the latest that I had seen on it. That's why I was talking about it. Maybe we'll do a poll. Will Maduro leave office? I don't know. Will Maduro still be president in 1 year? How's that? Will Maduro still be president in 1 year? That's the poll. We'll see what you said. We'll see what you say. I'll try posting it on Facebook. The polls there haven't worked for months, sadly. Gen Xer says, I doubt it. I'll show you what you guys said. All right. I'm trying to post it on Facebook. No, it's still not working. I can't see the results on Facebook as usual. As usual, I can't see the results. All right, let me show you what you guys said about this on Twitch and YouTube. Okay. Over on YouTube, Will Maduro still be president in 1 year of Venezuela? 68% say no on YouTube. How about Twitch? %67% say no on Twitch. Now 64%. Oh, hold on a second. I messed up here. Methabori says he technically isn't the legitimate president. Well, he is widely believed to have stolen the last election. And there's solid ballot evidence to back that up. But he's the, I guess, I know what you're saying, but he is the de facto president, whatever you think about his right to be president. Jody McPhee says he stole the election. He's going to be hard to get rid of. Gabe says, were the B-1 bombers' trajectories aiming at any sort of point in Venezuela before turning around? That I do not know. Evelyn in Maine thinks the Trump administration has made no secret out of the fact that it wants to see Maduro out of power. Andre Den Elzen says no blood for oil. Junglist Soldier said the Southcom general quit so he doesn't spend the rest of his life in prison. The admiral, who is the leading military official in Southcom, which is the area where these strikes are happened, was it a week or two ago? He said he was retiring, I think by December. But I don't believe that publicly it's ever been stated why he was retiring. There's been some speculation about that. Thanks for voting in our poll. Oh, thanks, Mitchell Pilot. Leaf Locker said I clicked the wrong one on the poll. I didn't think the question was misleading. I thought the question was pretty clearly stated. I'll take a few more comments here. Hold on. I had a couple of comments people sent me before I just wanted to mention. Sorry. We've been busy showing a bunch of things, so I didn't get to all the comments I wanted to. Where is this? Yeah, I was trying to go back. Oh, 1745. Crease Breaking News sent me a screenshot from before. I was trying to go back on Flight Radar 24 and find these planes, and I couldn't find them. I don't know. I was looking on Flight Radar 20. Now, maybe people, I don't know if they're available on the replay. Maybe people took screenshots while it happened. But I was trying to do the replay of the Flight Radar 24, and I couldn't find the planes. I don't know if they're not on the replay. I'm literally looking at where people are telling me, and I don't see them. Look. This is Flight Radar 24. This is GMT 1737. I don't see any. Again, I feel like maybe they're not on the replay. I was looking for a while and I couldn't find it. So I wonder if they're just not on the replay. You can find posts on social media about it. No, I'm saying that maybe for whatever reason, those flights only show up on the live and not the replay. Yeah, Jamie, I saw your screenshot, but I literally went to the same time of the screenshot and I don't see it there. So again, I've seen multiple screenshots from before. I cannot find it on the replay myself. Anyways, I'm not going to get hung up on it. We already covered the NBA story. We did a whole stream on it earlier. I just want to read a couple more comments here. I have to look into this. One of our viewers, SK, sent me a post from Pablo Torre. And Pablo Torre I got to look into, I don't even want to say this now. Yeah, I'll look into that later. I haven't had a chance to go back and revisit the NBA stuff, so I don't want to try to do stuff really fast and then get it wrong. Yeah, see, this is perfect. This is just a good lesson. So a bunch of people were writing in. Sorry, this shouldn't say now. Trump taking questions. Live news roundup, because we're just gonna do a couple more minutes here. But a viewer, just so you know, about an hour ago, an hour and 45 minutes ago, a viewer who will remain unnamed sent me a post from an account online, which will remain unnamed, and the post claimed that President Trump was set to give a statement about the U.S. military, about the attack on Venezuela that the U.S. military carried out today. That was what a viewer told me about 2 hours ago. So there you go. Which obviously is just really false. I mean, really false is kind of, it's either false or not, but you see what I'm saying. So, this is not, that's the kind of stuff that's been floating around today. Karen Moore said, I want to read, she had written me when we were talking about the East Wing being demolished. She said, it's not that Trump wanted to make improvements, it's his blatant disregard of the rules and the people, she said. Jack Howard thinks removal of the East Wing surface building could really be for national security reasons? Because of the bunker underneath, you're saying? Jack says it would fall under national security and likely never admitted. See, you're saying maybe Trump's stuff about wanting to build a big ballroom is really cover for making a national security improvement? Jack says he would look out for tarping of the site to prevent foreign surveillance. Well, whatever they do they're going to have to rebuild whatever the bunker stuff under there. So I'm sure that they will not be doing that out in the open. Thank you, Jack, for writing in. Jack's one of our viewers. All right, I think it might be our time. Scott McFarlane reports that Chauncey Billups made his first initial appearance in Oregon in court. The current coach of the Portland Trailblazers in the NBA, who was charged in the gambling probe today, federal charges, he has been released after agreeing to certain conditions. His hearing lasted 7 minutes. I got to go catch up on that story. Adrienne feels like many things will be hidden under the massive ballroom. All right, guys, I think it's our time. I think we've done what we came here to do. So we talked about a bunch of different stories. We talked about the ballroom. We talked about Venezuela. We showed you the White House press briefing and Trump's taking questions. Oh, hold on a second. By the way, Jennifer Griffin of Fox News also reports that senior military sources told me 2 B-1 bombers did take off from Texas, same story as the Wall Street Journal, and flew toward Venezuela as seen on open source flight trackers. The president denied this during the White House briefing. So Jennifer Griffin says that the Wall Street Journal report about the 2 bombers that people were watching fly towards Venezuela on flight trackers earlier. She said that happened. Okay, anyways. But I've heard nothing about any attacks and all that. I've heard nothing about Maduro fleeing Venezuela. For all that the people were writing to me in the chat and yelling at me for not covering this happening, they were claiming. Okay. So I need to go eat something. If there's big news tonight, we'll come on the air and cover it. I'll keep an eye out for what's going on. But I really appreciate you guys being here on the stream. Yeah, if you want, subscribe, follow Agenda Free TV. We cover all kinds of live breaking news without an agenda, Agenda Free TV. And I would suggest turning on the notifications for the channel, because I never know when big news is going to happen. But if you turn on the free notifications, you can get a message sent to you whenever we go live. We have our own notification system. We do it through Discord. The mods will post a link to it in the chat. You can also find the link to the free notifications on YouTube and Facebook in the description of this video. So sign up to those. I will post news updates on my X account, at Lookner on X. You can see it right there. But again, I appreciate people watching. I appreciate people sending in news updates, and I appreciate people sending in news updates, but please be careful about your sourcing when you do so. But I do really appreciate people sending in news updates. A lot of helpful news updates today, as usual. And thanks everybody for letting me read your comments and questions on the air. Thanks for your comments and questions. Also, huge thanks to our moderators. They are amazing. I love that we can have people of different views coming into our chat to discuss things with each other, but we can only do that because we have our moderators there, keeping things under control, keeping things civil. So thanks so much to our moderators, like Robert Smayqueen and Ruth Krafasi over there on YouTube. Thank you so much. And also over on Twitch, people like Idaho Star, LB Prairie Dawn, Matthew Kohai 3, and Riff Tracks. Thank you. Margaret Riley, Kay Lowry Body, Shannon Davis Hughes on Facebook. Hopefully I'm getting them all. And Linda Belk, Larry, and Misha on X. Thank you to our moderators. By the way, on Facebook, I could see a poll pop up, but I cannot see your... When I do the polls on Facebook, I cannot see your responses. Can't see it. It's crazy. I'll have to write to them again. Wrote to them months ago. Thanks to everybody who donated. That's super nice of you. That is what allows the channel to exist. Lets me buy news footage when I need to. So thanks so much for your support. It's really nice of you. I think I thanked everybody. If you ever want to donate, you go to agendafree.tv, agendafree.tv. But again, huge thanks. Much appreciated. Adrian Taylor and everybody else. I thanked Mitchell Pilot. Oh, I have to thank Gen X. Thanks, Gen X. And also, I didn't thank our members, Joe Blassingame, Sky B, and Doug Cahill. I want to thank them as well. Let's see here. Douthis. Thank you, Douthis, for the gift sub on Twitch. Another good way to find out when we're live is follow us on X at Agenda Free TV. I post when we're going live before and on X, and I post updates about the channel at Agenda Free TV. We also do have, the headline says Live News Roundup because I changed it 5 minutes ago because it said press conference, and we're ending. So we're ending. So I wanted to not have it say live press conference. That's why it says Live News Roundup. And because this was a Live News Roundup. Okay. Hey, we do have a chat where you can chat with other people, other viewers when we're not on the air. It's our Discord chat. A lot of people really like to do that. A lot of our viewers like to do it. Check it out. It's free. It's the same link as the free notifications link. That is our Discord chat. Thank you so much to our Discord viewers, our Discord board members and our Discord chatters, but also big thanks to our Discord mods. Thank you so much, Discord mods, for all you do. For those watching on YouTube, I would suggest turning on the YouTube notifications. The YouTube notifications are a good way to find out when we're live over there, but it's a little tricky to turn on the notifications. If you want to turn on the YouTube notifications, what you need to do is you need to subscribe to the channel first, then you have to click the bell, and then you choose all notifications. If you're already subscribed, make sure you have the bell checked and the bell activated and you've chosen all notifications. Thanks to all of our Facebook subscribers like Sharon Klassen Goslin and Chuck Mosca, Robert Real II, Jennifer Ellers, Kay Lowry Body, Margaret Riley, Shannon Davis Hughes, and all of our other Facebook subscribers. Thank you so much for your support. And our our Twitch subscribers like Douthis, Wall Street, Shaggy, thank you, Froggy Feets, CC, Chi-Town Bear, and Big Chief Rick, Ishi Blaze, Macon Bacon 75, Gina Pina, all of our other Twitch subscribers, and our YouTube members like RS Pat, CAC 813, Evelyn in Maine, Lindsay, JK Cinar, Sydney, Ty Smith, Moragai NE, CAC 813, all of our other YouTube members. Everybody else, for all of our other viewers too, thank you. Michelle Differenderfer, thanks for watching. Ronnie Holmes. KC Ninjet. I will keep an eye on things. Again, if there's other big news, we will come on there and cover it. Paula Thompson, Jamie Rowland, thank you for watching. All right, guys, I am wrapping it up. Chaz Martin, thanks. I am wrapping this up. So thank you for joining us for our live news roundup update stream. Keeping an eye on things. I got to go read up on the I didn't have really time today to revisit the NBA story. I got to go read up some more on that. We covered it earlier though. But I got to read up more on the new developments. All right, guys. That is it for now. Thank you so much for watching the broadcast, and we will see you soon with more live breaking news coverage right here at Agenda Free TV.